Good evening. My name is Gloria McPhail-Nixon, and it is my pleasure as the Acting Deputy Governor to serve as this evening's Master of Ceremonies. On this day, as we commemorate the 50th anniversary of the construction and opening of the Parliament building, we will do so beginning with the launch of the Speaker's Lecture Series, which tonight features the separation of powers. At the conclusion of these activities, the formalities will then transition outdoors, where together with the wider public, our current parliamentarians will remember and celebrate those who came before and paved the way over this half century to fortify our legislative branch of government. Tonight, we begin with presentations that will then spill onto the streets before our Parliament, and which will be accentuated by numerous cultural performances and even some fireworks. But first things first. As we begin, please allow me to acknowledge our distinguished participants and guests who are gathered here this afternoon. His Excellency, the Acting Governor, Mr. Franz Manderson. Premier, the Honorable Wayne Panton. Speaker of Parliament and tonight's gracious host, Honorable Dr. W. McKeeva Bush, Deputy Premier, Honorable Christopher Saunders, our Ministers of Cabinet, the Honorable Juliana O'Connor Conley, Honorable J. Ebanks, and Honorable Kenneth Bryan. Attorney General, the Honorable Samuel Belgian, Deputy Speaker of the Parliament and Parliamentary Secretary, Honorable Catherine Ebanks Wilkes, Parliamentary Secretaries, Ms. Heather Bodden, and Mr. Isaac Rankin. Leader of the Opposition, the Honorable Roy McTaggart. Deputy Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Joseph Hugh. Other members of Parliament, Ms. Barbara Conley. Justice Richard Williams, guest speakers, Dr. the Honorable Lloyd Barnett and Mr. Richard Barton. Other platform guests, Mr. Raymond Alberga and Mr. Alberga. Former speakers of Parliament, former parliamentarians, Commonwealth Parliamentary Association associate members, clerk and staff of the Parliament, Acting Cabinet Secretary, Mr. Jason Webster, chief officers, heads of department, and finally, other distinguished ladies and gentlemen in attendance and those joining us via the live broadcast, good evening. As part of the protocols for the evening, I would also like to record apologies for the Honorable Sabrina Turner and Honorable Andre Ebanks, as well as MP Mr. Moses Kirkconnell and Parliamentary Secretary Dwayne Seymour. They send their regrets that they're not able to be here in person, and also their warm regards. Tonight, as we gather for a lecture on the separation of powers, whilst we are in this hallowed institution, the Parliament itself is not in session. It is a very rare opportunity befitting of this rare occasion of the 50th anniversary of the Parliament House. As I gathered, I wondered how we might be reminded that Parliament is not in session, but there are signs all around. The first being that the members were mostly in their seats on time, to the constant challenge of the Speaker. The second is that the sergeant did not enter the chambers declaring Mr. Speaker as if he loses him at every sitting. And finally, of course, the mace is not present here tonight, which is the symbolic authority allowing Parliament's business to be conducted, but it might easily be mistaken for a medieval weapon. So the formalities are very different tonight. But notwithstanding that, we are ever mindful that we are on hallowed ground, the House of Parliament, the People's House. Tonight, we are in for a definite treat, as on this occasion of the 50th anniversary of the opening of the Parliament building, we will reflect on the steady, visible development of our elective branch of government. Within this hallowed chamber, we gather both as members of Parliament and engaged citizens to listen to two scholarly presentations on the separation of powers and to engage in discourse about what this means to all of us. To ensure we can all enjoy tonight's event, I would like to remind you of certain housekeeping matters. Firstly, let's turn off our phones or put them on mute. That is, I'm sure, one nuisance that the participants who gathered in this forum 50 years ago did not have to contend with. On the brighter side of technology, this afternoon's lecture is being broadcasted live via YouTube for wider audiences to enjoy. So immediately following this portion of the evening, we will exit the chamber and take our seats in the great outdoors, where we will enjoy a wide variety of cultural performances. With those brief comments, it is my pleasure to invite tonight's host, the speaker, Honorable Dr. W. McKeeva Bush, who has been the driving force behind the creation of this new Parliament Lecture Series, as ably assisted by the capable clerk and staff of the Parliament. The Honorable Speaker will now offer tonight's official welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, although protocols have been established, I do specially welcome and recognize former speakers, Dr. Pearson and Mrs. Lawrence, and to recognize former members of the House. And I do want to acknowledge, I believe, the most senior members of the bar, Mr. Raymond Alberger, and I hope other senior members are here. And to say good afternoon and welcome to all of you. I am certainly most honored and privileged to extend a very special welcome to you on this auspicious and historic occasion of the 50th anniversary of the House of Parliament. This is a landmark achievement. Right off straight, I'd like to say that I was here, not as a member, but as curious onlooker at the opening of the building, and as one of the members of the public in the gallery when this building was first opened and used. I should say also that I am old enough, and one of the pictures, I am somewhere about there, as a young Cub Scout when this site was the park, Princess Royal Park. I was a Cub Scout when it hosted the Duke of Edinburgh, the Queen's husband. So I am that old. I am most honored and welcome all of you. We have gathered here to celebrate and witness a momentous event. After the first cornerstone was laid, the building was given and handed over on July the 22nd, 1972. A number of Caymanian tradesmen and artisans have constructed this building, and it has undergone significant renovations in early 2000, and most certainly after Hurricane Ivan in 2004. And as strong as we look at the building I should say, we are still renovating. We are still trying to fix some of the problems that were here when I came in here in 1984 in November. I have envisioned this Parliament to be not only a world-class or first-class, but certainly one of its kind that is worthy of emulation, with a new strategic direction and a paradigm shift. To that end, as Speaker of this Parliament, I have engendered the functions of the Parliament to not only ascribe to the usual nomenclature for legislative purposes, and primarily known for making and amending laws, no acts, or scrutinizing and holding government accountable. But I will also promote the Parliament to be an institution of ideas and the generation of thoughts in relation to topical issues and matters of current affairs of national, regional, and international importance. And that, of course, I cannot do as the Speaker in the House, but as the Speaker in the country, I certainly take that importance to do that. And there are many such issues. We will certainly at times rely on foreign people, experts in their discipline, but also our locals in their field of specialty and expertise for these lectures series. The multiplicity of functions will be inclusive of the generating of ideas and intellectual debates and lectures which will assist us in informed decision-making processes in the country. At least that's what I hope. I hope it don't turn into a political fight at any time. That's not what it's all about. It's time that we do raise about that. And that's what I am trying to engender. The Cayman Islands Constitution Order 2009 entrenched the legislature as one of the fundamental pillars of government by virtue of that constitution, part of that constitution. This is the first educational and eminent lecture which is set on separation of powers from Parliament, and the next will be, I hope, the balance between environment and sustainable development. This step is undoubtedly a part of our political maturation process as we evolve and transition into a more democratic society, and also recognizing the three co-equal branches or arms of government, which, as we know, are the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. Our Constitution is a living document which enshrines the doctrine of separation of powers, which promotes democracy and institutional good governance. Interestingly, the Parliament is now autonomous and ought to equally enjoy its freedoms and liberties as the other co-equal branches of government. And I should add, Mr. Premier, with our relevant budget. We are mindful that no arm of government should overreach or exceed their authority by imposing onto the other arms of the state. As a result, we consider this lecture in furtherance of the separation of powers by an eminent constitutional scholar to be very timely and will provide context and perspective. Our guest speaker, Dr. Barnett, has a long and distinguished career at the bar as a practicing attorney at law, and is renowned throughout the region and had conduct of complex constitutional matters on separation of powers, and appeared at all levels across the tiers of government, the courts, and the Privy Council. Therefore, I welcome you all to the 50th anniversary of the House of Parliament and the first of this lecture series. I am appreciative that young Mr. Barton, whom I have known from he was a little boy. I'm that old, Barton. I'm that old, Richard. But I'm very appreciative that he's consented to do a presentation on the local perspective on the separation of powers. As I said, also is the highly esteemed guest speaker, Dr. Barnett, where we anticipate there will be learning and stimulation of thoughts and ideas. I'm obligated to disclose that we were able to engage Dr. Barnett without him charging for this special lecture. Just to mention, he's a most staunch advocate for educating the general public, and that's what we seek to do here. We are fortunate to have a man of his caliber and prominence addressing us. I will end on the note that it's my goal and intention to make this noble institution effective, efficient, and a high-performing parliament with the support of the council from the commission and the dedicated members and staff here. I say welcome to you all, and I know that you will enjoy this evening's program. Let me say too, I do hope that most of you will be able to come to the outside where school children and others have put on a show to commemorate this evening, today's event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your reflections and for your warm welcome. Your passion for promoting the development of parliamentary democracy is clearly evident. Your vision, as ever, is bold, and you've really set the stage quite nicely for what is to come with the lecture series. Thank you, sir. As with every gathering in this hallowed institution, we open tonight with prayer. I invite the Leader of the Opposition, the Honorable Roy McTaggart, to offer the prayer. Please stand.
Thank you, Madam Master of Ceremonies. Good afternoon, colleagues, friends, family, all gathered this evening. Please pray with me. Our Father, who art in heaven, how holy, righteous is your name. We beseech you, Father, this afternoon to grace us with your presence. We invite you, Father, in this assembly as we gather this evening to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the opening of this Parliament and to receive the first of this series of lectures. Father, we are grateful for opportunities like this, and we are especially grateful and thankful for the two distinguished guests we have today who will be leading us in these lectures and give us more information and understanding with regard to the separation of powers. Give us all wisdom, give us all knowledge, give us understanding. And Father, please bless our speakers today as they seek to impart their understanding and their knowledge, and give us the opportunity to hear and to assimilate and to put into practice the things that we should learn today. Would you bless all that we say and do here this evening, but especially we pray your blessings upon our speakers. Give us grace and give us understanding, and bless these proceedings this evening. We pray in Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Mr. McTaggart, for your warm and moving prayer. As we have been blessed tonight with not one but two highly accomplished persons who will present on the evening's topic, the separation of powers, I invite Parliamentary Secretary Ms. Heather Bodden to present our first presenter, Mr. Richard Barton, who, following the introduction, will provide the local perspective. We request that you hold any questions or comments you may have for Mr. Barton until both speakers have delivered their presentations. Ms. Bodden, if you would.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Governor, Honorable Gloria McField. I offer apologies for MP Isaac Rankin. Mr. Richard Barton, attorney at law. Mr. Richard Barton is married to Caroline Barton and father to their two girls, Monroe, 8, and Mercy, 4. He's the eldest of 3 children to Anne-Marie Barton and Richard Barton Sr., and has deep family and community roots within the islands. Richard is Jamaican by birth, but has spent most of his life in the Cayman Islands. Throughout the years, he's maintained close relationships with friends and family in these 2 jurisdictions, which he regards as his twin homes. Richard is the founder and managing partner of Barton Attorneys. After receiving dual academic scholarships from the Cayman Islands government and Walker's, he was admitted to practice as an attorney in the Cayman Islands in 2006. Prior to his admission in the Cayman Islands, Richard was admitted as a barrister in England and Wales in 2005, non-practicing. Richard is also a member of the Honorable Society of Lincoln's Inn, London. Prior to establishing his own firm, Richard worked in a leading global offshore law firm as an associate where he practiced dispute resolution, general commercial law, and insolvency. He was previously Crown Counsel in the Office of the Honorable Attorney General's Chambers. Richard is a two-term incumbent council member of the Cayman Islands Legal Practitioners Association and is primarily responsible for firms with 10 attorneys or less, as well as leading the CILPA Education Subcommittee. He also sits as a member of the Legal Advisory Council, along with, amongst others, the Honorable Attorney General and Honorable Chief Justice. Additionally, Richard is the current chairperson of the Planning Appeals Tribunal, Deputy Chair of the Health Appeals Tribunal, member of Police Service Commission, chaired by His Excellency the Governor, member of the Ethics Committee of Health City, Cayman Islands, and a member of the CUC Cayman Islands Youth Football League Board of Directors. Richard was also the previous chair of the Cayman Islands Football Association Disciplinary Committee. I welcome Mr. Barton.
Protocol being established. Good afternoon, everyone. James Madison, the 4th President of the United States, said as follows, quote, "The accumulation of all powers, legislative, executive, and judiciary, in the same hands, whether in one, a few, or many, whether hereditary, self-appointed, or elected, may justly be pronounced the very definition of tyranny." Although there is no explicit reference to the separation of powers in Cayman, the doctrine is formalized by way of statutory instrument in the form of the Cayman Islands Constitution Order 2009. Amendments to the Constitution in 2020 further crystallized the position by the creation of Parliament. This came on the eve of the 50th anniversary of the former Legislative Assembly, built in 1972. The Honorable Dr. Lloyd Barnett, Order of Jamaica, will speak on the separation of powers predominantly. In simple terms, and as noted by Professor Ian Loveland, the separation of powers doctrine is the division of government functions into 3 discrete categories. Parts 3, 4, and 5 of our Constitution establish the formation of the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary, respectively. The executive is a function of government tasked with the execution of laws. The legislature, known as Parliament, makes these laws, which are interpreted by the judiciary, the 3rd branch of government. In the Cayman Islands, the executive authority rests with Her Majesty, the Queen. This authority is exercised on her behalf by the government, which consists of His Excellency the Governor as Her Majesty's representative and Cabinet. The Cabinet consists of the Governor, the Premier, and previously 6 ministers until an amendment in 2020 that increased this number to 7. Other members include the Deputy Governor and the Honorable Attorney General, who are deemed ex officio members. Whereas prior to 2020, the Constitution stated that the number of ministers were not to exceed 2/5 of the total elected members of the former Legislative Assembly. Following amendments, the Constitution now requires 2/5 plus 1. Further amendments, and a key significant development in our political maturity, now vests Cabinet with exclusive autonomous responsibility for domestic affairs. External affairs, defense, and internal security, including the police, are deemed special responsibilities reserved for His Excellency, the Governor. Other material changes in relation to the executive include a change in the circumstances by which the Governor is required to consult Cabinet, the creation of parliamentary secretaries, and the creation of a police service commission. As already noted, the Constitution creates a legislature which shall consist of Her Majesty and Parliament. Part 4 of the Constitution states that the legislature is assigned the responsibility to make laws for peace, order, and good governance of the Cayman Islands. Parliament, formerly the Legislative Assembly, consists of the Honorable Speaker, who presides over the House proceedings, 19 elected members, now referred to as MPs, the Deputy Governor, and the Attorney General. A leader of opposition must also be appointed by the Governor. Any member of Parliament may introduce or present a bill for debate. Before a bill is passed into law, it must first receive assent from the Governor on behalf of Her Majesty, or Her Majesty assents through a Secretary of State. Another key development in the recent abolition of the power of Her Majesty to disallow any laws previously assented to by the Governor through a Secretary of State is noteworthy. The Cayman Islands Constitution Order that was amended in 2020 repealed Section 80 and instead introduced pre-legislative protocols in this regard. The third and final branch of government is the judiciary, as already noted, and exists in Part 5 of the Constitution. The judiciary comprises of the Grand Court, which is the superior court of record, the Court of Appeal, also a superior court of record, to which appeals from the Grand Court are considered. The Constitution also provides for the creation of subordinate courts, over which the Grand Court shall have jurisdiction. In this case, and in the Cayman Islands, the Summary Court of the Cayman Islands adjudicates on less serious matters that are subject to appeal in the higher courts. The Chief Justice is the head of the judiciary and is responsible for the management of all matters arising in the courts. And in 2016, by way of the Cayman Islands Constitution Amendment Order 2016, the retirement age for judges was increased from age 65 to age 70. Although limited in scope to interpret laws, the court may, on occasion, influence lawmaking through what is known as common law. This is often the case where legislation is either absent or ambiguous, and decisions made in the court of superior jurisdiction shapes the law, albeit informally. In conclusion, the Cayman Islands have come a very far way democratically since 1959, when the first constitution took effect. Successive generations have continued to build upon the fundamental belief in this concept of governance. Notable constitutional changes over the decades range from the replacement of the governor as president of the former assembly by the Honorable Speaker in 1972, the change from EXCO to cabinet in 2003, the introduction of a premier and leader of opposition in 2009, and of course, the creation of parliament in 2020. The net effect of this evolution is that today, the Cayman Islands can proudly boast a system of governance in which the concept of separation of powers is steeply entrenched. It will be left for generations that follow to safeguard against the consolidation of power, to ensure always that necessary checks and balances remain. Before I take my leave this afternoon, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to the Honorable Speaker for the invitation to participate in this momentous occasion. It is truly an honor and a privilege. I would also like to acknowledge and thank Mr. Garfield Ellison, the Chief Parliamentary Advisor. Without his invaluable input and generous assistance, this presentation would simply not be possible. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Barton, for your presentation. You've provided a very thorough overview of the various branches of government and the way that they function, how they've matured, and the very critical importance of our being able to preserve the separation of power. I note your observations about guarding against the consolidation of power. And you know what they say about power, so thank you very much for those insights, sir. Well, the evening is continuing, and we are up for another thought-provoking presentation. We have the pleasure next of hearing from a renowned expert, this time in the area of constitutional law, who will share further insights this evening. To introduce our guest speaker tonight, Dr. the Honorable Lloyd Barnett, I invite the Deputy Premier, who, as you know, is himself an avid reader, someone who is very interested in history, politics, and indeed parliamentary democracy. So without further ado, I invite Deputy Premier Honorable Christopher Saunders to introduce our guest speaker. Mr. Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Master of Ceremonies. Colleagues, I have the pleasure this afternoon to introduce the guest speaker, Dr. Lloyd Barnett. For those in attendance and those listening via the media that do not have a copy of the program, I will read Dr. Barnett's bio that is presented in today's program. Dr. Barnett has a long and distinguished career at the bar as a practicing attorney at law, in the course of which he has served the profession in many capacities. After 10 years in the public service at the Attorney General Chambers and the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, Dr. Barnett has carried on a private practice. He has appeared in the Superior Courts of Jamaica and several Caribbean countries, as well as the Privy Council and the Caribbean Court of Justice. He was a founding member of the Jamaican Bar Association, serving as its president on 2 separate occasions. He has served as the president of the Organization of Commonwealth Caribbean Bar Association, chairman of the General Legal Council, the Jamaican Council for Human Rights, the University Council of Jamaica, the Caribbean Council of Legal Education, and chairman for Citizen Action for Free and Fair Elections. In 2006, the Caribbean Council of Legal Education launched an annual Dr. Lloyd Barnett lecture series in his honor. He served as a member of the Public Police Services Commission in Jamaica. He has been a civil society leader, human rights advocate, and former senator in the Parliament of Jamaica. Dr. Barnett was a member of the Regional Judicial and Legal Services Commission at its inception and deputy chairman from 2012 to 2016. He's the author of 2 books on Jamaica's constitution and numerous articles on a variety of legal subjects, which have earned him the respect of judicial and academic authorities. In 1999, Dr. Barnett was awarded Jamaica National Honor, the Order of Jamaica, for his outstanding contribution in the field of jurisprudence in the region. Apart from obtaining his Masters of Law degree and PhD in London, both the University of Technology and the University of West Indies have conferred the Honorary Doctorate in Law, LLD, on Dr. Barnett. Colleagues, now that I have gotten what is in the program out of the way, what I'm about to say is not in the program. When Speaker Bush first asked me to introduce Dr. Barnett, I said yes without thinking. I've learned over the years that Speaker Bush has fine-tuned the process of getting people to say yes sometimes without them realizing. He will call you when he knows you're in the middle of something or late at nights and you want to sleep, and at that time you tell him yes just to get him off the phone. This is actually one time I'm actually happy I said yes. I actually took the time out to do my own research on Dr. Barnett, as I was curious as to how someone so distinguished and qualified did not show up on my radar earlier. The first thing that jumped out of me is that in none of the articles where he's mentioned is a picture where he's smiling. I said to myself, this gentleman is always serious. And then it occurred to me why. Dr. Barnett was born in a time when the rights of our people were constantly being trampled on, and there was a need for lawyers. There was a need for people to fight and represent those of us that needed representation. That was a time when the exploitation of our people and natural resources were at an all-time high, and our best and brightest minds were needed. Dr. Barnett was one of those that answered the call. He stood up then and continues to do so today. So he's not afraid to challenge the government of the day anywhere, regardless of his personal friendships and political affiliation, and that says something about him. Public patriotism is more important than political patronage. The reason why I say public patriotism is important. The reason why I say public patriotism is it is that important in our democratic system that our friends and our supporters not only hold us accountable privately as politicians, but also publicly. Our democratic system recognizes that there will be differences and disagreements, and it requires us to have debate and discussion to find consensus. For too long in our political system, we are focused on the individuals and not their ideas, and their personalities and not their policies. Dr. Barnett has advocated and continues to advocate for those principles that ensure democracy remains alive and achieve its primary purpose of freedom and equality. As a result of his long and distinguished track record, today he is recognized as one of Jamaica, the Caribbean, and the Commonwealth most eminent constitutional expert. Another reason I am happy to have said yes is that he's also a graduate of Calabar High School, which is also my alma mater. So, as a fellow member of the tribe of Rabalak, which is actually Calabar spelled backwards, it pleases me to see Dr. Barnett has achieved and continues to achieve our school motto, the utmost for the highest. I just want to leave my prepared remarks a little bit. And on a personal note, thank the speaker and for all those who are gathered here today for this discussion on the separation of powers. Many people would recognize that the United States, I think back in 246 years ago, when they started their democracy, which was one of the first in the Western Hemisphere, at that time, we're talking about replacing the monarch system. And you literally had nowhere to start. But they actually started with guidance from the Bible in terms of using Isaiah 33:22, which says, "For the Lord is our judge, the Lord is our lawgiver, the Lord is our king. He shall save us." It is from that line in the Bible where you got the legislative, the judicial, and the executive. And I really, really welcome this discussion here today, because at the end of the day, regardless of what people may think about democracy, it is still the youngest form of government that we have, because the one that it actually replaced has been there for thousands of years before. And so this is timely and welcome. Dr. Barnett, I want to personally, on behalf of my colleagues, all the members of Parliament in this honorable house, and all those listening, welcome you to the Cayman Islands and look forward to your contributions here today. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Acting Governor, Honorable Premier, Honorable Justice Williams, representing the Chief Justice, and I have now mentioned persons representative of the three arms of government that we will be discussing. I want to thank the Deputy Premier for the words of introduction, and in particular for the restraint with which he did it, because I know he went back to consult with the Honorable Percival Patterson, former Prime Minister of Jamaica, who attended Calabar at the same time with me. And he has not disclosed any of the things which the Honorable Prime Minister might have told him. I'm very grateful to the Honorable Speaker for having contacted me and invited me to participate in this historic ceremony. I will adopt the protocol which has been established, but you'll forgive me if I make special mention of Mr. Raymond Albergo, Queen's Counsel, who was instrumental in the commencement of my private practice, and we worked together in the establishment of the modern Jamaican Bar Association. I'm grateful to my colleague, who is remarkably a member of Lincoln's Inn, that glorious inn, which I share with him, and for his exposition on the Cayman experience, which I will also mention in my presentation, but in the context of the comparative constitutionalism of the Commonwealth on the subject of the separation of powers. Government powers are wide, varied, and impactive. Their main features are, as you have heard, legislative, executive, and judicial. It has long been feared that the concentration of all these three functions of government in one person or group of persons is dangerous to democracy, the rule of law, and personal freedom. The principle that these powers should be separated is traceable way back to the Middle Ages to Aristotle and Locke, but it is in the somewhat erroneous analysis by Montesquieu of the English constitutional system in the 18th century that the doctrine gained currency. A cursory examination of modern Commonwealth Caribbean Constitution demonstrates the architectural design, which is a structure consisting of three towers: executive, legislative, judiciary. However, there are interlinking archways, common corridors, and interconnected conduits. Accordingly, the true position is that the main constitutional systems do not have a strict or absolute separation of powers. In the presidential system, which the United States of America is a prominent example, there is structural as well as functional separation. There, the president is appointed on the basis of a separate election, is not a member of the legislature, and his cabinet does not consist of any members of the legislature. Even there, however, there are modifications on the separation of powers doctrine, as for example by the president's power to legislate through executive orders, the power to appoint Supreme Court and appellate judges, and the requirement for a signature to legislation. In the parliamentary system, which is typical of many Commonwealth constitutions, there is a significant link between the legislative and executive organs, in that the Prime Minister or Chief Minister is elected in the general parliamentary elections and is appointed on the basis of his support by a majority of the members of the national legislature. The cabinet over which he presides is also selected from members of the elected legislature. In both systems, however, it would be true to say that there's relatively strict separation of the judicial power, so that members of the executive or legislature do not hold judicial posts or exercise judicial power, and the judiciary is not part of the legislature or executive. It is now generally accepted that absolute separation is neither desirable nor practical. The modern approach is therefore to modify the separation of powers while at the same time to implement efficient safeguards against abuse. This more flexible approach is reflected in most modern Commonwealth constitutions, where there's basic structural separation of powers with modifications which limit the dangers of inefficiency which come from rigidity, but nevertheless maintain safeguards by means of mechanisms of accountability. This objective has largely been achieved by the more expansive distribution of responsibilities, which may be more appropriately have been the title of this presentation, but I did not have the honorable speaker's permission. In dealing with the doctrine of the separation of powers, I will therefore focus some attention on the distribution of responsibilities. But let us look first at the structure of the separation. In accordance with the architectural design which I referred to, in most modern Commonwealth constitutions, of which the Constitution of the Cayman Islands is an example, there are separate parts or chapters of the Constitution dealing with the three main functions of government: the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. Thus, in the Cayman Constitution, there are parts dealing with the executive comprising the governor, the cabinet, ministers of government, attorneys general, director of public prosecutions, and the National Security Council. Secondly, there are separate parts dealing with the legislative branch comprising the parliament, the speaker, deputy speaker, and leader of the opposition. Thirdly, there are separate parts dealing with the judiciary, the chief justice, judges of the high court, and court of appeal. As a colony, the executive power of the Cayman Islands is vested in Her Majesty. For practical purposes, this formulation is not very different from that of independent Commonwealth countries such as Antigua and Barbuda and Jamaica, which retain the Queen as head of state. And the executive authority is stated to be vested in Her Majesty and is to be executed on her behalf by the Governor General, either directly or through officers subordinate to him. But in law as well as in practice, the real policy-making body is the cabinet. The position is essentially the same in Dominica, Trinidad, and Tobago, which have a republican form of government, where the executive authority is formally vested in the president. Under these constitutions, he or she is also required to act on the advice of the cabinet. In the parliamentary cabinet system, the essential factor is that the cabinet is responsible to Parliament for the policy it creates, any advice given to the Governor General or President, and for all things done by or under the authority of any minister in the execution of his office. The Prime Minister or Premier, who is the political head of the executive, is appointed on the basis of his having the support of the majority of elected members of the majority party in the legislature. As we have noted, this major departure from the separation of the executive and the legislative power is a characteristic of the parliamentary system of government. In these constitutions, the legislative power is vested in a parliament which consists of elected members. The constitutions define this power as making laws for the peace, order, and good government of the country. It has been held by long-standing authority that these words in Commonwealth constitutional language connote the widest lawmaking powers appropriate to a sovereign. The third limb, the judicial power, is vested in the judiciary. The Commonwealth pattern for superior courts is followed by separate provisions in Part 5 of the Cayman Constitution for the establishment of the judicature. Accordingly, the Grand Court is established as a superior court with the jurisdiction conferred on it by the Constitution and any other law. Similarly, a Court of Appeal is established with the jurisdiction to hear and determine such appeals from the Grand Court as may be prescribed by the Constitution or any other law. So let us now look at the interconnection of the executive and legislative organs, which is a critical feature of the parliamentary cabinet system. The interconnection, which we have described as existing between the executive and the legislative organs of government in the Cayman Islands Constitution, is typical of the situation in countries with the parliamentary system within or without the Commonwealth. It is often forgotten that the parliament cabinet system, which sometimes is described as the Westminster model, exists in several other countries outside of the Commonwealth. This symbiosis is not dependent merely on the commonality of personnel, in that the cabinet or executive council is primarily made up of elected members of the legislature, but on the status of leadership which the elected members of the legislature who constitute the cabinet or executive council occupy. Within the sphere of authority of the executive is the formulation of the policies which inform the activities and the programs of the legislature. The budget, legislative programs, and the formulation of projects are directed by the policy decisions of the executive. Accordingly, in place of separation, there is interconnectivity of powers and functions. The extent of this interconnection is demonstrated by the prevailing practice of the widespread utilization of delegated legislation. The complexities of modern state organization are such that it is often impractical to incorporate all detailed measures in the Acts of Parliament, and so authority to make subsidiary legislation is often vested in the executive. As a result, the volume of legislation made by the executive often far exceeds that made by the legislature. Even where such delegated legislation is subject to the affirmative or negative resolution of the legislature, the control or supervision is in practice very limited, and in any event is led by the executive. Governmental policy and modern legislating drafting techniques tend to confer on ministers and executive officers wide discretion to make regulations and in effect, therefore, to modify to a substantial extent the separation of the legislative power. I will deal specifically with the separation of the judicial power. The most significant adherence to the doctrine of the separation of powers is in respect of the judicial power. Constitutions do not, as a general practice, define the judicial power. An Irish judge stated, "From none of the pronouncements as to the nature of the judicial power, which have been quoted, can be a definition at once exhaustive and precise be extracted, and probably no such definition can be framed. The varieties and combinations of powers with which the legislature may equip a tribunal are infinite, and in each case, the particular powers must be considered in their totality and separately to see if a tribunal so endowed and is invested with powers of such a nature and extent that their exercise is in effect administering that justice which pertains to the judicial organ and which the Constitution indicates is properly entrusted only to judges." Commonwealth constitutions typically provide a special mechanism for the appointment and tenure of office of judges and for their independence in the exercise of their judicial functions. The essence of this separatedness is the absence of control in respect of the adjudication of particular cases. However, the separatedness is not absolute in the sense that the legislature within its constitutional competence determines the content of the law and may alter or revoke, although not always retrospectively, existing law, whether customary or legislative. The judiciary has to interpret and enforce a law as formulated by the legislature in the case of the parent statute and by the executive in the case of delegated legislation, unless questions as to their constitutional validity arise. Commonwealth constitutions express the doctrine of separation of the judicial power, not only by the establishment of an independent and impartial judiciary, but also by the protection of its jurisdiction and powers from intervention or control by the legislature or the executive. Thus, the rights and obligations of litigants are determined by the exercise of the judicial power without any intervention by the executive or the legislature, which are bound to respect and conform with the decisions of the judges. The separatedness of the judicial power is assumed by the constitutions, which both expressly and by clear implication confine the judicial power to the judiciary. The high point of this separation is the authority of judges to interpret the Constitution itself, so that the very validity of executive and legislative action is determined by the judiciary. This is essential to the separation of the judicial power, since otherwise the legislature and executive would be enabled to disregard or control the constituted judiciary. Where constitutional issues arise, it is clear that their determination is in the province of the judiciary. Similarly, where the determination of guilt or the imposition of penalties after determination of guilt is involved, a trial by a judicial officer is constitutionally required. And next, turn to the allocation of responsibilities, which, as I say, is a feature which impacts on the doctrine of separation of powers. As already stated, this basic structural separation of powers is qualified or enhanced by ancillary provisions which enable governments to operate efficiently while preventing the abuse of power. There are many examples in relation to the executive power where the Constitution provides checks and balances. Thus, in Cayman, the governor is required to consult with the cabinet in the exercise of his functions, unless it is not reasonably practical to do so, or it is a function which is to be exercised in his sole discretion. In exercising the powers of pardon, the governor is required to consult with the advisory committee on the prerogative of mercy. Usually, the Office of Director of Prosecutions, which is an important executive officer, is a public office which is not appointed or controlled by the political executive. The holder of this office has the important executive function of instituting, taking over, and conducting criminal prosecutions. Even where this function is exercised by an attorney general, who is a member of the political executive, there are usually conventions that he should exercise those powers free of political control or direction. This is a clear demonstration on how, with respect to one of the three branches of government, safeguards against abuse may be instituted by the isolation and allocation of responsibilities within that arm of the government. In relation to the legislature, any question as to whether a person has been validly elected or has vacated his or her seat is duly entrusted to the courts for determination. In the Cayman, there is an exceptional variation in that the legislative function is democratized by a special provision which allows for people-initiated referenda on the basis of 25% support of the electorate on a matter of national importance. Accordingly, this provision qualifies the separatedness of the legislature by modifying its exclusive right to initiate legislation. An important responsibility of the legislative organ, which is now commonly assigned to a non-legislative independent body, is the delineation of constituencies. Thus, as in many Commonwealth countries, Cayman has an electoral boundary commission which is independent of the elected legislature. By the allocation of this responsibility to a non-political partisan body, the dangers of political gerrymandering of constituencies are minimized or eliminated. Commonwealth constitutions also usually contain clear provisions for the constitution of the judiciary, the composition of the courts, the appointment, remuneration, and removal of judges. The recurring feature of these arrangements is the establishment of a Judicial and Legal Services Commission, which makes judicial appointments and has the power to remove and exercise disciplinary control over persons holding judicial offices. The executive and legislative branches are thus excluded from controlling the judicial branch. While public officers or civil servants are part of the executive, it is a tendency in Commonwealth constitutions that public officers in central government are appointed by commissions which are independent of the political executive. It is the duty of public officers to implement government policy and to carry out the directions of the cabinet or political executive. An important executive office, which is not controlled by the political executive is the Auditor General, who has the responsibility to audit the accounts and financial dealings of government departments and authorities. Auditor Generals are usually answerable to public accounts committees of the elected legislature and attend the meetings of its Public Accounts Committee, but is not governed or controlled by the legislature or other members of the executive. The trend in many modern democratic systems is to provide for the exercise of important powers to be monitored by independent or specialist bodies, such as an ombudsman or public defender. In the Cayman Constitution, there's a special part on institutions supporting democracy. There's, under these provisions, a Human Rights Commission with the primary responsibility of promoting and protecting human rights. There's also another commission for standards in public life with the objective of assisting in setting the high standards of integrity and competence in public life and to monitor standards of ethical conduct. There's also a complaints commissioner or ombudsman to examine complaints and monitor abuses of human rights. It should also be observed that the modern trend is for the allocation of responsibilities to independent commissions, boards, and authorities, which exercise monitoring functions in relation to the actions of legislators and members of the executive in relation to the award of contracts, financial contribution to political parties, and the conduct of political campaigns. The execution of these monitoring mechanisms has become more important as governmental activities expand and diversify, and new boards and authorities exercise licensing powers, conduct controlling roles, and perform public functions. Now, these basic principles of separation and allocation of responsibilities have been the subject of considerable litigation over the last 50 years. I've, in preparing this paper, looked at over 50 cases from 20 different countries. I won't deal with all of them now, but it's an indication to you how important this topic is. So let me deal first with some cases on the judicial application of the doctrine in relation to the executive power. In a case in India, the Supreme Court of India reversed the High Court direction requiring a state government to file an affidavit setting out what action is being taken by it to implement the recommendation of an anti-ragging committee, and held that the matter was entirely outside of the jurisdiction of the court, as it was for the executive and not the judicial branch of the government to decide whether or not to introduce the recommended legislation. In another case, in Trinidad and Tobago, the respondent was a company manufacturing confectionery, and it applied to the minister to have the importation of confectionery restricted. So it was a question of trade control. The Court of Appeal stated that the Constitution, being based on the Westminster model, provides for the separation of powers, and the court should be careful not to usurp the functions conferred on another organ of the state. The relevant power to decide whether goods should be negative listed was a matter within the powers of the executive, acting through the minister, and the matter was entirely within the minister's discretion. In a Virgin Islands case, there have been media statements alleging payment of bribes to a minister in the Virgin Islands. The chief minister appointed a commission of inquiry to investigate the matter, and on the basis of his report, advised the governor to rescind the minister's appointment. The Court of Appeal held that the chief minister, in exercising his constitutional power, In the matter of Eurobank Corporation, the Chief Justice Smelly in 2001 in the Cayman Grand Court held that a provision of the Companies Act requiring the court's leave to institute criminal proceedings did not offend against the Attorney General's constitutional power to institute and undertake criminal proceedings free of the direction or control of other persons or authorities. The purpose of Section 16A of the Constitution was to ensure his independence from political or other extraneous intervention in the exercise of the right to prosecute. It did not govern the court's intervention in the exercise of its inherent jurisdiction or statutory powers to control its own process. In a very interesting case in 2003, the Supreme Court of Sri Lanka examined a bill proposing the transfer of the executive power to advise the dissolution of Parliament from the executive head of the government to the Parliament itself. The court stated, the Constitution, which was based on the rule of law, provided the powers of government were included in the sovereignty of the people, as proclaimed in the Constitution. Those powers were separated and attributed to the three organs of government, the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary, which exercise powers in trust for the people. The transfer of power attributed by the Constitution to one organ of government to another, or the relinquishment or removal of such power, would be an alienation of sovereignty inconsistent with the Constitution. In another Cayman case, Bolton, the appellant had been cited by the Cayman Grand Court for contempt of court. Although it disclaimed having reached any factual conclusions, the court decided that the appellant ought to be cited for contempt of court and directed the Attorney General to commence further proceeding against him. The court also decided that no further action was to be taken against the other parties. The Court of Appeal held that the Grand Court's decision at the conclusion of the initial proceedings that the appellant should be cited for contempt in fresh proceedings and that the Attorney General should be directed to institute those proceedings was final and determinative of those proceedings. As the court did not find that the appellant had been guilty of contempt, he was accordingly entitled to be acquitted, and the Grand Court had therefore erred in deciding that there should be further proceedings against it for the same alleged contempt. Furthermore, it was for the Attorney General, in his absolute discretion, to determine in the public interest whether or not to prosecute, and he could not be given directions in this respect by the Grand Court. No further proceedings should be taken against the appellant in connection with this matter, and the Grand Court decision in its initial proceedings was set aside. I will now deal with the cases on the legislature. The separate characteristics of the legislature were demonstrated in the case of Astafan and the Control of Customs, where the Customs Control and Management Act of Dominica empowered a customs officer to impose an estimated duty, as well as a further sum on imported goods where a perfect entry had not been made by the importer. The Eastern Caribbean Court of Appeal held that the principle of separation of powers was implicit in the Constitution, and any law inconsistent with that principle was unconstitutional and invalid. The power to impose taxes and duties was inherently a legislative power, constitutionally vested in the legislature. Therefore, if the further sum authorized the property officer to demand was a tax or duty that the legislature had delegated or transferred its legislative power of taxation to the executive, which practice was not necessarily inconsistent with the principle of separation of powers, provided that the legislature retained effective control over the executive in the latter's exercise of the delegated or transferred power by circumscribing the power or by prescribing guidelines or a policy for the exercise of the power. And so that discretion granted to the taxing officer was held to be unconstitutional. Basic principle in Commonwealth constitutional law that the legislature has the sole right to control its own procedure and internal proceedings. This has been the subject of litigation in several cases. For example, in Sanfit, the Supreme Court of Tonga held that the court had no jurisdiction to pronounce on the internal proceedings of the Assembly, which including the procedure adopted by it to conduct its business. Thus, a conflict about such matters as to which member had not been allowed to speak in debates or whether the journal contained a full record of the proceedings were part of the legislative process, and it was not the function of the court to become involved. In Detonamo, the petitioner was the acting president of Nauru, who, with the approval of the cabinet, referred for the opinion of the court the question of which withdrawal of monies from the treasury into which monies for the trust was paid required a recommendation to Parliament from the cabinet. The Constitution provided for such a reference to the court for an advisory opinion. Chief Justice Dunn said that the court was confined to the interpretation role conferred by the Constitution and could not express an opinion on the merits or demerits of the bill or act as a forum for the airing of a political argument. Further, the decision to grant the certificate was entirely the prerogative of the Speaker, and under the doctrine of the supremacy of parliaments, its proceedings were not matters which could be the subject or question or direction of the court. There's a very instructive case in Mauritius where a member of parliament applied to the Speaker for leave of absence, having already been absent for a substantial period, and did not obtain the extension he applied for, but the Prime Minister requested the hasty recall of Parliament for a sitting at an unusually early hour, knowing that he would be unable to reach the Parliament. The Attorney General's application for determination that his seat had been vacated was dismissed. The Supreme Court held on appeal, where Parliament exercised sovereign powers under the Constitution, and the court was empowered to exercise a particular jurisdiction, which itself required an inquiry into the exercise of such parliamentary powers. Then the court's jurisdiction had to be exercised to the extent necessary to enable it to determine the particular question before it. In these circumstances, it would be wrong to invoke the sovereignty of Parliament to prevent scrutiny by the court and paralyze the effective exercise of the court's constitutional jurisdiction. In this regard, terms such as sovereignty and supremacy were relative and not absolute. The Constitution contained entrenched provisions which conferred on the jurisdiction the overall control of the constitutionality of acts by the legislature or executive. And further, although it was for the Speaker to decide whether Parliament should be recalled, it was for the court to decide whether Parliament had been recalled in circumstances which were constitutionally valid. The courts had evolved the doctrine of colorable legislation to impugn an enactment which was prima facie valid, and an analogous approach applied to the exercise of constitutional and statutory powers. The right of a member of Parliament to a seat was a constitutional one and could only be removed in accordance with strict limits provided by the Constitution in the case of disqualification through absence. The recall of Parliament on that date for sitting at 9 a.m. the next morning was at such short notice that the claim that such recall was in the public interest was so contrived that the only result which was achieved was the bring about of a situation which would automatically cause the respondent to be disqualified. The device used was so colorable and unreasonable in view of the short notice given that it did not count for the purpose of computing the length of the respondent's absence from Parliament. I'm going to deal next with a case from Guyana in the Attorney General and Trotman. The Court of Appeal examined the relationship between the executive and the legislature in relation to the important subject of public expenditure and held that on a proper construction of the usual constitutional provisions, it was for the finance minister, on behalf of the executive, to present estimates of revenues and expenditure for the approval of the legislature. However, the court held that it would defeat logic and common sense to contend that the National Assembly could disapprove of the entire estimates of expenditure, but did not have the implied power to adopt a less restrictive measure to reduce the estimates to a lesser sum. Such a power was essential in the determination by the National Assembly whether it should give its approval to the estimates of expenditure presented. The National Assembly was not expected to automatically and mechanically approve of the estimates of expenditure presented by the minister. There was a rational connection between the need for approval of the estimates and a reduction of those estimates by the Assembly before approval of a reduced sum. The National Assembly, therefore, had the constitutional authority to amend the estimates of expenditure presented before it by the minister. Okay? In respect now of the third organ, the judiciary, I will start with a Cayman case. In Cayman Islands Public Service, the Court of Appeal of Jamaica, which then exercised jurisdiction in Cayman appeals, held that it was wrong in principle for a judge who was both a member of the Executive Council and the Legislative Assembly to hear a case to which the government was an interested party, especially when it stood to gain considerably if judgment were given in its favor. Moreover, even without any actual involvement by him in a particular matter before the Executive Council, his subsequent function as a judge in relation to it would call into question the strict impartiality which should be the hallmark of the administration of justice. In the famous case of bribery commissioners and Rana Singh from then Ceylon, the Privy Council examined ordinary legislation which established a special board to try bribery offenses. This tribunal was appointed by the Governor General on the advice of the Minister of Justice, and not by the Judicial Services Commission, which appointed judges. The Privy Council held that the bribery commissioners who had comprised the tribunal were judicial officers, and the statutory provision requiring their appointment otherwise than by the Judicial Service Commission was inconsistent with the Constitution, since it had not been passed in accordance with the prescribed constitutional amendment process. It was ultra-vires and invalid. You will find that many of the cases deal with the power to impose punishment. and the power to impose punishment on a particular person has long been held to be a judicial power. Thus, Blackstone in his commentaries in the Middle Ages said, therefore, a particular act of the legislature to confiscate the good of Titius or to attain him of high treason does not enter into the idea of a municipal law, for the operation of this act is spent upon Titus only and has no relation to the community in general. It is rather a sentence than a law. In the famous Jamaican case of Hines versus the Queen, which has been quoted throughout the Commonwealth, where the Gun Court Act established a review board, not comprised of judges, to fix the duration of sentences, the Privy Council held the provision to be unconstitutional on the basis that the constitutional provisions demonstrated the anxious care taken by the authors to make it abundantly clear that it was their intention that the judicial power of the state to be vested in the Supreme Court and in the other three organs of the judication. In this case, Lord Diplock stated, what, however, is implicit in the very structure of a constitution on the Westminster model is that judicial power, however it be distributed from time to time between various courts, is to continue to be vested in persons appointed to hold judicial office in the manner under the terms laid down in the chapter dealing with the judicature, even though this is not expressly stated in the Constitution. In Law Society of Lesotho versus the Prime Minister, the Lesotho Court of Appeal held that appointing a member of the staff of the Director of Public Prosecutions as a temporary judge of the High Court was in contravention of the state's duty to guarantee the independence of the judiciary, since the DPP was one of the most frequent litigants before the High Court. The court treated the question as not one of personal integrity, but of judicial independence and its appearance. In Hilton and Wells, the High Court of Australia was concerned with whether the separation of the judicial power was infringed by conferring on judges as individuals executive powers. The court held that while it was not permissible to confer a non-judicial power on a court unless it is merely ancillary or incidental to the exercise of the judicial power, such power could be conferred on an individual who happens to be a member of the court. There were strong dissenting judgments, however, which stated that the separation of judicial and administrative power was not merely a matter of verbal formulae, but the nature of the functions cast upon judges should not be such as to prejudice their independence or conflict with the proper exercise of their judicial function. The case therefore demonstrates that care is needed in the appointment of judicial officers to administrative or executive positions or to granting them legislative powers where they are not ancillary to the judicial functions and they are identified by office rather than on a personal basis. In a Papua New Guinea case in 1993, the Supreme Court considered legislation dealing with an emergency situation and for the proscription of organizations. The certificate of the Commissioner of Police was made prima facie evidence of membership of such organizations. An appeal from the proscription to the executive was provided for. The court held that the exclusion orders by the executive purported to grant a judicial function to the executive and therefore contravene the constituted separation of the judicial power. In an Antigua and Barbuda case, the Business License Act gave to the minister discretion to issue a license to a person to carry on his business or profession, where that person was already licensed to do so. The Court of Appeal of the Eastern Caribbean states that it allowed the minister to consider himself the arbiter in social security or other disputes, and to refuse to exercise his discretion to grant a license, thus interfering with a person's profession, which was an important, although not guaranteed, right. The court held that this provision interfered with the judicial power and was therefore unconstitutional and void. I will next deal with Antigua and Barbuda statute, where the Business License Act required persons engaged in any business or profession to obtain a license from the Registrar of Business. The Court of Appeal held that Section 10 of the Act was unconstitutional in that by providing that the Cabinet and not the Public Service Commission would appoint the Registrar of Business, it eroded the powers of the Public Service Commission to make public service appointments under the Constitution. The Court stated that the supremacy of the Constitution and the doctrine of the separation of powers were integral to the Constitution. The effect of the new certification regime was to transfer to the executive the judicial power, since it affected the right of a person to practice his profession, which, though not a fundamental right, ought to be zealously protected. The discretionary power granted the minister to issue a license to practice was ultra-various and void as interfering with the judicial power. Another case dealing with the judicial power, the Cayman Court of Appeal in Isles held that the youth justice law was in conflict with the principles underlying the Cayman Constitution, as it gave the governor, who had no judicial powers or responsibilities, the power to determine the length of sentence for an offender below the age of 18, who would otherwise be liable to life imprisonment. The Constitution, based upon the Westminster model, had as its foundation the separation of powers of the executive, legislative, and judicial arms of government, assigned sentencing power to the judiciary. Nevertheless, a custodial sentence was appropriate due to the seriousness of the offense and had been lawfully imposed. The only breach of the Constitution was that the appellant had been sentenced to detention during Her Majesty's pleasure, and this would be rectified by ordering instead that he be detained during the court's pleasure. I will deal next with the Trinidad case. Ferguson. The Privy Council considered a statute which repealed an earlier statutory limitation period for the institution of criminal proceedings. There were at least 47 current prosecutions which were affected by the amendment. The Privy Council held that the legislation which altered the law applicable in current legal proceedings was capable of violating the principle of the separation of powers and the rule of law by interfering with the administration of justice, but only where the legislation did not simply affect the resolution of current litigation, but was ad hominem, that is targeted at identifiable persons or cases. The least that had to be shown was that the statute was directed at identified people or groups of people. This was after the insurrection or the assault on the parliament. Legislation might be framed in general terms as an alteration of the law and yet be targeted in that way. The test was objective. It did not depend on an analysis of its political motivation. It depended on the effect of the statute as a matter of construction and on an examination of the categories of case to which, viewed at the time it was passed, it could be expected to apply. In the instant case, immediately before the 2012 Act had been passed, the appellants enjoyed under Section 34 of the 2011 Act a vested legal right not to be tried in the criminal proceedings which had been brought against them, and on application to the High Court to be discharged and have a verdict of not guilty entered in their favor. The effect of the subsequent 2012 Act was therefore to remove an accused from an accused and unanswerable defense. It followed that the challenge to the act could only succeed on that ground if it was shown that the terms, although framed generally, would in practice apply only to a limited category of people, including the appellants against whom it could be said to have been targeted. And so on that test, it was held to be unconstitutional. In a Dominican case, I'm trying to give you an example from different countries. So the final one on the judiciary is from Dominica, where a right was given to the Director of Public Prosecutions to appeal against an acquittal. The Privy Council held that while the Constitution of Dominica, like other modern Commonwealth constitutions, recognized the separation of powers, there was nothing in the Constitution required that every exercise of judicial power should be discretionary in nature, or that a court, appellate or otherwise, could not be directed by statute to take a particular course in particular circumstances. The predominance of the litigation in respect of the doctrine of separation of powers has therefore been in relation to the protection of the judicial power. Nevertheless, as we have seen, even this separation is not absolute. And so I now make some concluding remarks. The doctrine of separation of powers is given greater protection in the written constitution of Commonwealth countries than by the unwritten British Constitution. In a case in 1995, Lord Mustill said, "It is a feature of the peculiarly British conception of the separation of powers that Parliament, the Executive, and the courts have each their distinct and largely exclusive domain. Parliament has a legally unchallengeable right to make whatever laws it thinks right. The executive carries on the administration of the country in accordance with the powers conferred on it by law. The courts interpret the laws and see that they are obeyed. This requires the courts on occasions to step into the territory which belongs to the executive, to verify not only that the powers asserted accord with the substantive law created by Parliament, but also that the manner in which they are exercised conforms with the standards of fairness which the Parliament must have intended. Concurrently with this judicial function, Parliament has its own special means of ensuring that the executive in the exercise of delegated functions performs in a way which Parliament finds appropriate. Ideally, it is in these latter methods which should be used to check executive errors and excesses. For it is the task of Parliament and the executive in tandem, not of the courts, to govern the country. In recent years, however, the employment in practice of these specifically parliamentary remedies has on occasion been perceived as falling short, and sometimes well short, of what was needed to bring the performance of the executive into line with the law and with the minimum standards of fairness implicit in every parliamentary delegation of a decision-making function. To avoid a vacuum in which the citizen will be left without protection against a misuse of executive powers, the courts have had no option but to occupy the dead ground in a manner and in areas of public life which could not have been foreseen 30 years ago. For myself, I am quite satisfied that this unprecedented judicial role has been greatly to the public benefit. Nevertheless, it has its risks, of which the courts are well aware. As the judges themselves constantly remark, it is not that they who are appointed to administer the country. Absent a written constitution, much sensitivity is required of the parliamentarian, administrators, and judges if the delicate balance of the unwritten rules evolve. I believe successfully in recent years is not to be disturbed, and all the recent advances undone. In a keynote address at the 2012 UCCI 50/50 conference, published in the West Indian Law Journal, Honorable Chief Justice Anthony Smelly, in referring to the 50 years of the Commonwealth Caribbean independence movement, stated, "That remarkable process of constitutional advancement resulted in systems of government under the rule of law, which enshrined the Constitution, including the Bills of Rights, as the supreme law, it entrenched the doctrine of the separation of powers in a manner that the Westminster Parliament, even while exporting the concept of the written constitution to newly independent states, had not itself yet fully achieved. In reference to the reforms in the structure of judiciary of the United Kingdom and the method of appointment of judges, the learned Chief Justice remarked, this independent process for the appointment of the judges was another way in which the United Kingdom's constitution was catching up with those that had been successfully exported to the rest of the Commonwealth. The historic decision of the United Kingdom Supreme Court in the case against the Prime Minister in 2019 is a historic demonstration of the stature of the judiciary in the architecture of parliamentary systems. It also suggests that the constitutionalism of the Commonwealth, which has been influenced by their written constitution, is pervading the jurisprudence of the unwritten British Constitution. The question concerned the lawfulness of the advice given by the head of the executive, the Prime Minister, to the former head of the Parliament, Her Majesty the Queen, that Parliament in the midst of the controversial Brexit transition should be prorogued at a particular time. It was argued that the court had no jurisdiction to adjudicate in the matter, as the matter was political and not justiciable. The court held, firstly, that the Prime Minister had a constitutional responsibility in giving his advice to have regard to all relevant interests, including the interests of Parliament. Secondly, the fact that a legal dispute concerns the conduct of politics or arises from a political controversy does not preclude the court from considering it, as most constitutional cases have been concerned with politics in that sense. Thirdly, the Prime Minister's accountability to Parliament does not in itself justify the conclusion that the courts have no legitimate role to play, as the effect of the prorogation is to prevent the operation of ministerial accountability to Parliament during the prorogation, and courts have a duty to give effect to the law, irrespective of the minister's political accountability to Parliament. Ministerial responsibility is not a substitute for judicial review. The purported exercise of a prerogative power may not only be open to legal challenge on the ground that it does not exist or is exercised outside its limits, but also whether its exercise within its limit is open to legal challenge on the grounds of judicial review. Whether the law recognizes the existence of a prerogative power or its limits are questions of law for the court under the doctrine of the separation of powers. Prerogative powers are limited to the principle of parliamentary sovereignty. An unlimited power of prerogative would be incompatible with the legal principle of parliamentary sovereignty. Parliamentary accountability is no less fundamental to the Westminster system than parliamentary sovereignty. As Lord Bingham of Cornwall said, the conduct of government by a Prime Minister and Cabinet, collectively responsible and accountable to Parliament, lies at the heart of the Westminster democracy. Ministers are accountable to Parliament through such mechanisms as their duty to answer parliamentary questions and to appear before parliamentary committees, and through parliamentary scrutiny of the delegated legislation which ministers make. By these means, the policies of the executive are subjected to consideration by the representatives of the electorate. The executive is required to report, explain, and defend its actions, and citizens are protected from the arbitrary exercise of executive power. It was also stated that the relevant limit on the power to prorogue can be expressed in this way: that a decision to prorogue Parliament or advise the monarch to prorogue Parliament will be unlawful if the prorogation has the effect of frustrating or preventing, without reasonable justification, the ability of Parliament to carry out its constitutional functions as a legislature and as a body responsible for the supervision of the executive. In such a situation, the court will intervene if the effect is sufficiently serious to justify such an exceptional course. In a democratic country, it is a responsibility of the judiciary and the political leaders, as well as the electorate, to ensure that the basic architectural structure is not compromised by ensuring that the foundation of electoral integrity, free speech, and individual liberty are sustained, and that the mechanisms of accountability and transparency which underpin them are constantly reinforced and enhanced. The formal structural separation of powers does not by itself reflect the reality of controlling power. It is in the basic political alignment and the influence of political morality that the checks and balances essentially reside. Whether it is the president in the presidential system or prime minister in the parliamentary system, is the leader's control of the party organization, philosophy, and objectives is inordinate, democracy becomes susceptible to failure, and dictatorship becomes a substantial threat. A basic culture of democracy is therefore essential to the maintenance of the principle that each of the organs of government and each wielder of power respects the importance of the others, whether separated or interconnected. As we celebrate the 50th anniversary of this edifice, in which one of the organs of Cayman democracy resides, its members, past, present, and future, must reinforce their commitment to the preservation and enhancement of the spirit, rather than the letter, of the doctrine of the separation of powers, and thereby ensure the preservation of democracy and the rule of law. Thanks for your patience.
Dr. Barnett, I just want to, on behalf of our members of Parliament, the Honorable Speaker, those gathered in the chamber today, and indeed those who are listening by way of our live broadcast, to just express my sincere gratitude. I know the Deputy Premier mentioned that you are indeed a renowned jurist and constitutional scholar, but we witness here tonight the depth of your understanding of these issues, and indeed we closely followed where the doctrine of the separation of powers was not just expounded, but how it continues to come under tension and be clarified through the courts. Several of those cases involving our local courts as well, and we were all listening to see if we could remember who was involved in those, so thank you so much for that, sir. I am told that our two presenters are going to stay with us through the evening, and as they are graciously going to be a part of our gathering this evening, Mr. Barton locked eyes with me, so I'm not sure if he was just told, but as it is, it's all good among friends, sir. And so we will not have any questions at this time, because I am also advised that there is a significant gathering of friends outside awaiting the arrival of this group, so that the celebrations to commemorate our 50th anniversary of our Parliament building might also be observed. So please just let me say, again, our sincere gratitude, and I am sure you will have persons wanting to bend your ear as we exit the building with the questions that they had. Apologies for those who are holding questions, but certainly please do not be shy, and certainly use this opportunity to speak with Dr. Barnett and Mr. Barton through the course of the evening. Yes. So, without further ado, I would like to continue with the evening's program and invite the Chief Officer and Clerk of Parliament, Mrs. Zina Marin-Chin, to make a presentation to our guest speakers, Dr. Barnett and Mr. Barton. Ms. Zina?
Thank you, Ms. Gloria. Dr. Barnett, on behalf of the Parliament, the Honourable Speaker, and the staff all parliamentarians, and everybody here that's actually had the privilege of listening to your lecture this evening. We want to present to you a small token of appreciation for you coming to the Cayman Islands and providing us with this very interesting lecture. And we hope that this will not be the last time that you are actually here to impart your vast knowledge onto the Cayman Islands and all of us that's here. So thank you very much. I know we actually have a vote of thanks coming up, but I wanted to personally thank you and to provide you with a small token of appreciation. Thank you. Yes, sir. I'm going to pop around. Mr. Richard, again, small token of appreciation. Thank you very much for participating and providing us with local perspective on this very interesting topic. And again, I hope that you will be a part of all the other lectures that we are going to be organizing. And we thank you very much for helping us this evening. Thank you.
And the words you were hoping to hear this evening. To conclude tonight's program, I would invite the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, the Honorable Catherine Ebanks Wilkes, to offer the vote of thanks.
Protocol having been established, it would be remiss of us not to acknowledge and recognize the persons, parties, and entities who played an instrumental role to make this 50th anniversary of the Parliament building a success, particularly this lecture component on the separation of powers. Firstly, I would like to thank Madam Master of Ceremonies for her poise, usual eloquence, and formal display as she conducted her role with grace this evening. Thank you for also ensuring that the ceremony was followed according to the program. I would also like to thank the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, the Honourable Roy McTaggart, for the prayer and for the invitation for the presence of the Lord to commence our proceedings. This event was the brainchild of our own Speaker of the House, Dr. Honorable Makiva Bush. The Honorable Speaker deserves a special thank you for formulating and spearheading the committee and offering leadership and direction. Speaker Bush gave direction whilst also ensuring that all were consulted. We are grateful for the Speaker's foresight and vision for this Parliament, considering this lecture series is one of its kind and the first. With his visionary thoughts, energy, drive, and experience, we are all clearly in good hands here in the House with the Honourable Speaker. This historic perspective he brings is unbelievably enlightening and fascinating. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your welcome remarks and providing context for the event. Based on the fundamental principle, no man is an island, we know this successful lecture took cooperation and a team effort of the committee to have arranged such a dynamic lecture. The committee was chaired by the Honourable Speaker, and the members primarily comprised of and included the Honourable Kenneth Bryan, Honourable J.E. Banks, Honourable Sir Alden McLaughlin, Ms. Heather Bodden, Mr. Joseph Hugh, our dear Master of Ceremonies, Ms. Gloria McField-Nixon, Ms. Marion Chin, Mr. Garfield Ellison, Mr. Samuel Rose, Mr. Alfonso Wright, Ms. Marzita Bodden, and Ms. Pat Ulett. The committee did a sterling job in making all this materialize tonight. Committee members, we thank you for all of your hard work. We are fortunate to be graced here this evening with the presence of our two distinguished guest lecturers. Our sincere gratitude to our Parliamentary Secretary, Ms. Heather Bodden, for introducing Mr. Richard Barton, and also our Honourable Deputy Premier for graciously introducing our guest speaker. Both lectures have been educational and enlightening, and we thank Mr. Barton for providing an insightful local perspective on the separation of powers, specific to the Cayman Islands context. Mr. Barton has provided a greater understanding to our local dynamics in a constitutional and practical framework. There are obvious lessons to be learned and contemplated based on Mr. Barton's impressive presentation. You've unpacked and dissected the local issues in an intelligible fashion for most of us to comprehend. Your analysis was helpful for our local perspective. And it was in this vein that the Parliament Management Act that has been amended since its introduction and will undergo further changes to keep abreast, reflect and aligned with Parliament's new strategic direction, one of which is embracing separation of powers doctrines and ensuring it manifests in substance and form. You've also accurately and distinctively described the three co-equal branches of government and their respective functions. And an exceptional thanks to you, Mr. Barton. I'm sure that this historic lecture has been enlightening to many of our residents and will be relied on in the future. Last, but by no means least, is our established and renowned guest speaker, Dr. Barnett. It is worthy to first thank you, sir, for taking time out of your busy schedule to give us this comparative analysis and instructive lecture on the separation of powers without a cost to the government. We are deeply indebted to you as you did this out of the goodness of your heart. It is clear, sir, that you took a lot of time to prepare for this presentation this evening, and I'm happy that it has been recorded. I'm sure that many of us will rely on it in the future. Your measured and well-tempered delivery gave a description and characterization on the separation of powers, and it was impeccably done and was relevant. The accurate reflection of what existed and has evolved in certain jurisdictions and in case law will be undoubtedly helpful to us. You brought better comprehension to the doctrines relating to the separation of powers. So we are very pleased to have hosted you and thank you for such a profound and thoughtful presentation. I was told to let you know specifically that your usual caller asks for your forgiveness for calling you at some odd hours, whether it's late evening, night times, early morning times, or on a Sunday, in order to ensure things are in order for your visit and lecture. Thank you also, sir, for your patience and tolerance. And you are a true and committed educator to the people. Special thanks to the Clerk of Parliament for her presentation to our guest speakers. May I say finally to the staff of Parliament, we thank you for your exceptional work. We know you have worked tirelessly to get this event to where it is this evening, and especially the preparation of this booklet, which gives an overview of the historic perspective of the Parliament. I also would like to thank the Department of Communications, who also played a vital and essential role in broadcasting this event. A big thank you to the Department of Communications for your supportive role. I would also like to thank everyone here this evening for attending, especially the families of our lecturers. I know that some of them are here in the chambers today. Your presence here means a lot to us, and we trust that you have found this lecture beneficial and educational. Now let's partake with foods and refreshments outdoors. Madam Master of Ceremonies, thank you again.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. You are so gracious, and Thank you for recognizing everyone, including the team. I know that is your way, and we are all very appreciative of that. Thank you for the vote of thanks. As the Honorable Deputy Speaker has said, I am now the only person standing between you and entertainment, food, and drink, which is not a good place to be. So I'm going to exit this position and invite you to exit these chambers. This concludes the lecture portion of the evening. Tonight's attendees are invited to depart the Parliament building and to be seated outdoors in order to commence this ceremony commemorating the 50th anniversary of our Parliament building. The guest speakers, members of Parliament, and other persons in the chamber will be escorted out of the building first, to be followed by members of the audience sitting in the gallery above the chambers. The staff of the Parliament will indicate when each section should move over to the celebration outdoors. Good evening, everyone, and thank you again.
even frightening the shark, and it tumble in the gold field like a little piece of cork. But in the height of the tempest, a ducky appeared with a long flowing white dress and a whole heap of hair. And she said to the captain, if you do as I say, I will lead you to safety. That's right. The duppy on the gold field walking and talking, shimmer and shaking, vessel vibrating. The duppy on the gold field walking and talking, shimmer and shaking. That's right. Well, the man who was the captain, the fella heart palpitating, cause the ship like it's sinking, every timber vibrating. But he tacking and he jibing under duppy direction, and he sailed out of danger. Yes, he conquered the ocean. And when he reached home, the captain, he confessed to his wife, look at Duppy, saved my life, girl. That's right. Duppy on the gold field walking and talking, shimmer and shaking, vessel vibrating. The Duppy on the gold field walking and talking, shimmer and shaking. That's right. Walking and talking, shimmer and shaking, vessel vibrating. The duppy on the gold field walking and talking, shimmer and shaking. That's right.
Sailed her away a long time ago. Blue fields and bad and Kia were no finer sailors than her captain and her crew. Now with her sails full of wind, she'll be coming home again to the shorelines of the Cayman Islands, where many years ago, before they sent her away, I know the gold field to our people was a blessing in disguise.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Gloria McFields Nixon. I am the acting deputy governor, and it is my distinct pleasure to serve as your master of ceremonies tonight. So first things first, please accept my sincere apologies. We were deep in discussions in Parliament, as you might imagine, and we had an excellent two presentations this evening on the separation of powers. We are now transitioning to our celebration about the 50th anniversary of the opening of our Parliament building. And I understand that we have been keeping you for quite some time. What I can tell you is that there is food and drinks and refreshments, so please do help yourselves to that. Soft drinks are flowing if any of you would like a little hard soft drink. There is a bar for that as well. I understand that that is a cashless bar, so that means that you're going to need a card. Now, if you did not bring your card, do not dismay. We are Cayman kind. This is where you find a friend who brought a card, and you escort them to the bar. So, now that we have those things out of the way, let us begin. Please allow me to get started with the formalities and to acknowledge our very distinguished audience here this evening. Beginning, of course, with His Excellency, the Acting Governor, Mr. Franz Manderson, Premier, the Honorable Wayne Panton, Speaker of Parliament, and tonight's gracious host, Dr. Honorable Mikiva Bush, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Christopher Saunders, our Ministers of Cabinet, the Honorable Juliana O'Connor Conley, Honorable Kenneth Bryan, Honorable J. E. Banks, Attorney General, the Honorable Sam Bulgin, Deputy Speaker of Parliament and Parliamentary Secretary, Honorable Catherine E. Banks Wilkes, our parliamentary secretaries, Ms. Heather Bodden and Mr. Isaac Rankin, Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Roy McTaggart and Mrs. McTaggart. And Mrs. Bush is here as well, just to acknowledge our speakers. And I would allow me to say better half, sir, if you don't mind. I think we might agree that Mrs. Bush is the better 3/4, but we're not going to go there. And our Deputy Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Joseph Hugh, other members of Parliament, Ms. Barbara Conley, Mr. David White. Members of our Judiciary, Justice Richard Williams, guest speakers this evening, Dr. the Honorable Lloyd Barnett and Mr. Richard Barton, former Speakers of Parliament, Honorable Linford Pearson, Honorable Mary Lawrence, and Honorable Juliana O'Connor Conley, who wears multiple hats. Our Acting Cabinet Secretary, Mr. Jason Webster, Chief Officers, Heads of Department, Clerk and staff of the Parliament, and persons who are joining us this evening who were involved in the construction of this building. Mr. Henry Proper, Managing Director, McAlpine, Mrs. Rosemary Rutkowski, the spouse of Conrad Rutkowski, a partner of the architectural firm responsible for the design of our building. And of course, this building is only possible due to the amazing contractors we've had. Mr. Trevor Baxter, representing the architectural firm, Rutkowski, as well as Mr. David Arch, a partner of Arch Construction. Unfortunately, many thanks to Hurricane Ivan, we did have to do some significant reconstruction and renovations of the building. And we also recognize persons responsible for that, Mr. Ian Pardew, Managing Director of McAlpine, Mr. Dave Hotcroft, Project Manager of McAlpine, and the person who was very much responsible for organizing that at the time, our Clerk of the Legislative Assembly at that time, Miss Wendy Lauer. And finally, last but not least, to all of our other distinguished ladies and gentlemen, both those who are participating and in attendance here tonight, and those who are viewing remotely and participating and watching in the celebrations online. Welcome to the celebration commemorating the 50th years since the formal opening of our then Legislative Assembly building, now the House of Parliament. Good evening. I would also like to acknowledge those persons who are not able to join us this evening, but who very much send their apologies and best wishes. The Honorable Sabrina Turner and Honorable Andre Ebanks, parliamentary, and as well, we have apologies from Mr. Moses Kirkconnell. They all send their sincere apologies for not being able to be here. Now, I can tell you that they also send their love, and that enthusiasm is met with the crowd here today across the board, as this momentous occasion is not only noteworthy for the mere passage of half a century of time since the building was first opened, but also for the significant progress that has been met out during this time. Please allow me to provide a brief explanation of how we got here. The very first assembly of democratically elected representatives took place in December 1831, after the first elections on the 10th of December 1831. The assembly at that time was a bicameral system, with the upper house of magistrates, which was made up of justices of the peace, and the lower house of vestrymen. And at its second meeting in January 1832, the assembly passed a law, and that law allowed for the legislative government and also formalized the rules and regulations governing the operations of the assembly. The assembly was required to meet at least once a year. Now, at first, the communities of Georgetown, Prospect, Boddentown, East End, and West Bay were the only constituencies that were represented in the new assembly, though North Side was included in 1865 through an amendment to the Act. but it was clear that there was a need for more representation. And so the act also authorized magistrates to call the people in their respective districts together to elect representatives. By 1906, the Assembly had a membership of 42 persons. This would continue until 1959, when the islands were granted their first constitution. In 1863, an imperial act was passed, which annexed the Cayman Islands as a dependency of Jamaica. Following this, all legislation passed by the Assembly in the islands had to be approved by the governor of Jamaica, who was now also empowered to veto legislation passed by the Cayman Assembly, or make and pass laws in the Jamaica Parliament for the islands as well. In 1898, the Cayman Islands Commissioners Law empowered the governor of Jamaica to appoint a custos to preside over the Legislative Assembly. And over the years, the site of the first meetings, Pedro St. James, fell into disrepair. By 1909, when the population was a whopping 5,500 people, the legislative officials moved their meetings to Georgetown in what is the present Cayman Islands National Museum site. And without a permanent home, the Assembly would soon move again, this time to the newly built Town Hall, which was designed by Captain Rael Bodden, and who also laid the first cornerstone of our current House of Parliament. The Assembly of Justices and Vestry would continue with very little change in the structure over the half century, due in large part to World War II. The Cayman Islands received its first written constitution in 1959 that resulted in changes, including the Assembly of Justice and Vestry being replaced with the Legislative Assembly. The Constitution also included, very importantly, the right of women to vote and to be elected. The last sitting Assembly of Justices and Vestry took place on the 3rd of July, 1959. With the new powers of the Constitution, legislative officials required additional staff, which has always been the cry from the LA, additional staff and office space. And so the addition of official meetings of vestrymen turned members moved into the town hall, and the legislative department operated out of the administrator's office in the old government house. The final administrator and Cayman's first governor of these islands, Mr. Long, saw the representatives begin their quest for new and dedicated venue for parliamentary business. The following governor, Kenneth Crook, had the distinction of overseeing the official opening of the new House of Parliament and marking the first official speech in the building that ushered in a new chapter of legislative history. So, tonight we gather to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the opening of our legislative building. And it is noteworthy that 50 years ago, when they were opening this building, the then Assembly's clerk was none other than the Honorable Sybil McLaughlin, who would go on, of course, to also be the first Speaker of our Legislative Assembly and Cayman's second national hero. We are standing on hallowed ground. We are observing and making history. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for coming out today to be a part of these celebrations. As you will have seen, we have come a very long way in a relatively short time. We would like to move on with the program, and I would now invite Minister, the Honorable Juliana O'Connor Conley, to offer prayer.
Thank you and good evening. Just one piece of housekeeping before I pray, just to say that I'm a strong advocate of Caymankind, and I do possess a card, probably more than one card, but my Cayman kind will not extend to that friend who will take you to the bar. Let's pray. Almighty God, today we come in a celebrative mode. We pause to acknowledge your deity, for the goodness and mercy and grace and faithfulness are new every morning. We thank you for assisting us to enjoy a vibrant and full democracy in this jurisdiction, one that have evolved over the many decades. Lord, we thank you for the opportunity that we can come today and celebrate 50 years of parliamentary democracy here in our beloved Cayman Islands. And Lord, now as we transition into a time of meeting and greeting and enjoying our culture, to be able to celebrate this historic event, we pray that in all we do, that you would be in the centerpiece of it all, and that our modus operandi would be to find your purpose and fulfillment in our lives. Grant us continued peace and tranquility, success and prosperity, health and resilience to all that may come. For these mercies and anticipated blessings, we want to be careful to say thanks in the mighty name of Jesus with thanksgiving. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor Conley. And as we have the Cayman National Choir, as directed by Sue Horrocks, taking to the stage, I would invite members of the audience to please stand as we are about to sing the national anthem. Immediately following this performance, we will have the national song that will be performed from the adjacent stage by Miss Diana DiMercado. So I would invite you to stand and remain standing for the national anthem and our national song.
O land of soft, fresh breezes, O verdant trees so fair, with thy Creator's glory reflected everywhere. O sea of palest emerald, merging to darkest blue, whene'er my thoughts fly Godward, I always think of you. Dear verdant island set in blue Caribbean sea, I'm coming very soon, oh beauteous isle, to thee. Although I've wandered far, my heart enshrines thee yet. Homeland fair Cayman not thee forget.
Please be seated. As the National Choir is exiting the stage, I will invite our Premier, the Honorable Wayne Panton, who will provide a history of this Parliament building. Mr. Premier.
Madam Master of Ceremonies, you have done an amazing job as usual in dealing with protocol, and I will certainly not waste your efforts. So I will just add my very warm welcome to everyone here this evening. We have had an amazing presentation, one in which our level of erudition, our level of learning and knowledge has certainly been very positively impacted. And I want to add my thanks as well to the two distinguished presenters, our own Mr. Barton and our guest, Dr. Barnett. Thank you both very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is, I think, a perfect afternoon, perfect evening for us to be able to join together and celebrate the 50th anniversary of this amazing building. I remember as a boy, albeit sitting in the back seat of my parents' car, driving by, seeing the work being done on this building, and probably wondering what it was. And little would I know at that time the significance it would play in the history of our country and probably in my life as well. So let me say the materials that and techniques that were used in its construction were quite a change from the way we used to build solid buildings in the past, wattle and daub structures, and then subsequent to that, the brick and mortar or concrete block and mortar approach. This building, as has been noted, is made of reinforced concrete, poured pretty much entirely by hand. That must have been an arduous task at that time. But let me tell you, while what we have had this afternoon represents a level of transfer of knowledge, level of edification that was lovely, enjoyable, brilliant. This building has been, over the decades, certainly the recipient of a lot of political jousting, a lot of expressions with a lot of passion of perspectives. Some of us might even call it bellowing. So it's a good thing that it was built with such strength. It had a lot to endure, and it has certainly played its critically important role in our history. Ladies and gentlemen, I've had the honor and privilege of serving in these hallowed halls from 2013 to 2017, when it was the Legislative Assembly. And again, obviously from 2021, in its now current nomenclature, the House of Parliament until this day. I am here to serve my country and our people. Before we talk more about the history of the building, what I'd like to do is just remind us of what was happening around the time period that this building was being completed in 1972. You know, we had the new Constitution introduced, under which Cayman was governed by a legislative assembly, had an executive and a governor. We also introduced our currency board in 1972, which was the obvious precursor to our own Cayman Islands currency. The census report for the population of the Cayman Islands at that time was 16,677. It is amazing the level of growth this building has witnessed. It has really represented a foundational change in this country, which I think has served us very well. Now, in the years before the construction of this building, as was noted previously, the legislature did not have its own dedicated location from which to conduct parliamentary business. That first meeting famously was held at Pedro St. James Castle, which we recognize today as a very fond and lovely landmark in our country. That is where the Assembly of Justices and Vestry continued to meet until the start of the 20th century, when they moved to what was called George's Town, into what is now the National Museum. That building was a multi-purpose building. It served as a post office, library, savings bank, church hall, commissioner's office, and the courthouse. Fast forward 2 decades, legislative meetings were moved to the town hall, adjacent to us now, called Constitution Hall. And administrative offices were established in the government house. Unfortunately, that burned down just 1 week prior to the official opening of this Parliament building. It was right over there in the town hall that the winner of the architectural competition for the Legislative Assembly and the courthouse was announced on the afternoon of the 3rd of September, 1970. The competition began as discussions with the Executive Council, later renamed Cabinet, and the administrator, Mr. Athelstan Long, in 1969, who would prioritize the establishment of a new and permanent home for the legislative and judicial branches of government. A visionary approach, for sure. They wanted 2 buildings, one for the Legislative Assembly, which was to include a chamber for the House and a separate courthouse. The competition for the 2 buildings was led by Mr. Peter Bino, president of the Commonwealth Caribbean Architectural Association, and by Mr. Mostyn F. Campbell, chief architect for the Jamaica Ministry of Communications and Works. The jury to judge the designs consisted of Mr. Bino and Mr. Campbell, as well as Cayman's own national hero, Dr. the Honorable Roy McTaggart, and Mr. Arthur Hunter. There were 43 applications submitted from 10 countries. Of these, there were 17 finalists, each with a wide variety of concepts and utility. The designs were made anonymous to the jury with no branding on the submissions. In the end, an award of merit was granted to Chalmers and Gibbs of Cayman, and the first prize was granted to Rutkowski Bradford and Partners of Jamaica, who were awarded 2,000 Jamaican dollars. The firm went on to design the former government administration building, which we affectionately refer to as the Glass House. I wish to recognize two individuals who are here with us this evening, I understand. And that is Mrs. Rosemary Rutkowski, wife of the late Mr. Conrad Rutkowski, and Mr. Trevor Baxter, who would join the firm as a partner when they relocated to Cayman. As for the construction, this iconic building was built by McAlpine Cayman Ltd and Arch Construction. Together, these firms made history. And I believe it was McAlpine's first project in Cayman. The historical aspect of it wasn't just that it was their first project in Cayman, but obviously, as we noted earlier, it was the first building designed to be built and actually built out of reinforced concrete rather than the traditional block and mortar structure. This advancement in construction was probably best suited for this Honorable House of Parliament. As I noted earlier, it has certainly served us well and withstood the test of time and the views and opinions of many. Mr. David Arch, who I believe is here today as well, assisted Captain Rail Bodden in laying the cornerstone for the building on the 29th of September 1971. I believe as well that Mr. Henry Proper, who was the engineer and manager for McAlpine at the time, is also here today to help us celebrate. Now, when construction was completed, there was an enormous celebration here in front of this new building on the 31st of July, 1972. Very much similar to this evening. On that day, Governor Crook was accompanied by the Governor of Grenada, Dame Hilda Bino, to officially open the new Legislative Assembly. Some 31 years later, the building would undergo the renovations as noted by our Madam MC, and that was again carried out by McAlpine under the supervision at that time of Mr. Ian Pardew and Mr. Dave Hoptroff. Then, of course, at the end of 2020, we renamed the Legislative Assembly the House of Parliament and revealed the new name of the building, as you can see above the entrance. For 5 decades, ladies and gentlemen, this building has housed the most important and vital functions of an effective and active parliamentary democracy. 5 decades of speeches, debates, reports, bills, accountability, passage of laws, lyings in state, and all other aspects of Parliament. This building, ladies and gentlemen, has indeed served the people of our Cayman Islands well, and I'm sure will continue to do so far into the future. Thank you very much for being here with us this afternoon to celebrate the significance of this honorable House of Parliament and its 50 years of service to these Cayman Islands. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Premier, for providing the history of the Parliament building. I have this image of you as a young boy driving by and trying to figure out this what must have been a stark structure when you were thinking about what Georgetown would have looked like at that time. So thank you so very much, sir, for sharing that. I also would like to just draw to your attention, for those of you who may not have noticed, that we do have an artist that is working in the background. Mr. Broad is doing a live summary, a live picture of tonight's proceedings. And so as we are participating in tonight's program, he is capturing this with a painting that will be presented later on in the presentation. So this I've never seen, so I'm really looking forward to that, Mr. Broad. I'm looking forward. Thank you, sir. So yes, please. Moving on, we now have the unveiling of the plaque commemorating the 50th anniversary of this building. And I'm so sorry, Premier, you just got back to your chair. I'm going to have to once again invite the Honorable Premier, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, and Madam Clark to please come forward to unveil the plaque. Now you will note that there are two other plaques already on the building. One of those plaques was from the original opening of the building on the 31st of July, 1972, and the other plaque was placed there on another momentous occasion not that long ago, the 4th of December, 2020, when the building was renamed the House of Parliament. Today we will now unveil the plaque commemorating the 50th anniversary of our House of Parliament. The plaque reads, celebrating 50 years in commemoration of the dedication of the Parliament building, which is the seat of the elected government of the Cayman Islands, 31st July 1972 to 31st July 2022. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Deputy Premier, and Madam Clark. We will now have the recognition of our living former parliamentarians, those persons who paved the way that made today possible, and to pay those respects in recognition of our living former parliamentarians, I'll invite Minister, the Honorable Kenneth Bryant.
With protocol already being established, Honorable Speaker, my honorable colleagues, members of the opposition, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Good evening. It is such a pleasure to see so many of you gathered here today to mark the 50th anniversary of our Parliament building. It's my privilege to say a few words to recognize the former elected members of this honorable House and to acknowledge their sterling contributions that they have made to the advancement of the democracy in our country. While Pedro St. James is rightly regarded as the birthplace of democracy in the Cayman Islands, this iconic House of Parliament is the place for which our system of government has grown up and matured. If the walls could talk, our former Legislative Assembly building, now recognized as the Cayman Islands House of Parliament, will surely have much to reveal about all that have taken place within its hallowed halls since it was officially opened some 50 years ago. Today it is fitting that we come together as a community to celebrate its significance, both as an iconic landmark and an emblem of our parliamentary democracy. The word democracy comes from the Greek words demos, meaning people, and kratos, meaning power, and is why the concept of democracy can be thought of as power of the people, or a way of governing which demands the will of the people. While there are many forms of democracy in today's world, no two systems are exactly the same, and no one system can be taken as a perfect model. But one thing that most modern democracies have in common is the use of representatives, whereby citizens vote to select individuals to represent their interests and their concerns and govern on their behalf, creating, as the good Abraham Lincoln so neatly put it, a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. When we think of government, we often forget that it's not a single entity, but rather a formation of individual men and women from all walks of life who have taken the decision to stand out from the crowd, put their private lives aside, and place the public's interest ahead of their own. From the early days of democracy in the Cayman Islands, we've been fortunate and blessed to have been represented by some truly, truly remarkable and outstanding Caymanians, as well as having the integrity, commitment, and ability to do the job expected of them. They also had the grit and the determination to take the rough and the tumble of politics in order to create a better future and quality of life for all those who call the Cayman Islands their home. Being an elected representative may be viewed by some as a noble vocation with privileges and perks. But contrary to popular opinion, it's not about the money or the prestige. Rather, it's a vocation that comes with tremendous responsibility and requires consistent hard work and immeasurable sacrifices. This reminds me of a quote by a Swiss poet and philosopher, Mr. Henry Frederick Emile, which says, and I quote, "Sacrifice still exists everywhere, and everywhere the elect of each generation suffers for the salvation of the rest." But what did he mean by that? What he means by that is that everyone makes sacrifices for their own personal good, whereas elected officials make sacrifices for everyone else's good. So as we come together to mark the 50th anniversary of the House of Parliament, perhaps it's time to take a closer look at how our political system functions, and also give serious thought and understanding to the pressures, expectations, and demands being made of our elected representatives 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Perhaps we can begin today on this most stately of occasions by expressing sincere appreciation to the former representatives of this honorable House who are still among us to hear our words of thanks. Through their years of dedicated service to this country, they have kept our democracy safe and played an integral part in the success that this country enjoys today. The Cayman Islands, standing in the region and on the international stage, is partly due to the work that they have done on our behalf when they were in office. So many of our people in our community have opportunities today because of the foresight and legacy of former representatives who are willing to set aside their personal and family life for the greater good and for the betterment of our country. We truly all owe them a resounding debt of gratitude. In relative terms, very few are called to be a part of this fraternity, and even fewer make it past the steps of this honorable House. For those that have, despite the challenges and sacrifices that they faced, I'm sure it is a responsibility that they have felt honored to hold on behalf of the good people of the Cayman Islands. Again, I say it is important to highlight them while they can hear us and feel the appreciation they so richly deserve. Please allow me this opportunity to highlight the former living elected members of Parliament. Mr. Mike Adam, Mr. Ralston Anglin, Mr. Marco Archer, Mr. Osborne Bodden, Mr. Roy Bodden, the Honorable Truman Bodden, Mr. Charles Clifford, Mr. Winston Colony, Captain Eugene Ebanks, Mr. Anthony Eden, Mr. Klein Glidden, Mr. Austin Harris, Mr. John Jefferson Jr., Mr. Lyndon Martin, Mr. Dr. Frank McPhail, Mr. V. Arden McLean, Mr. Gilbert McLean, Mr. D. Ezard Miller, Miss Daphne Orett, the Honorable Dr. Linford Pearson, Miss Tara Rivers, Mr. Mark Scotland, Mrs. Lucille Seymour, Mr. Elio Solomon, Mr. Franklin R. Smith, Mr. Alva Saku, the Honorable D. Kirk Tibbetts, Miss Berna Thompson, Dr. Steve Tomlinson, and Mr. Alfonso Wright. I've tried to do my due diligence, but if I have left anyone out and didn't call their name, please forgive me. And for those of you who may be wondering why my remarks are in recognition of the living former members of Parliament, it's not because those who have passed are any less respected or appreciated. That's not the case at all. Today, I simply want to focus on highlighting the elected representatives who have left public office and continue to serve in other ways within our communities. I'm sure that you see them as you go about your daily business every day. And when you do, I beg you, take a moment to remember all the sacrifices they have made for all of us, and potentially even whisper in the air, thank you. Sadly, some have not yet been given the opportunity to put the skills and experience they have gained in office to further use. Because after politics in this country, oftentimes you're discarded like yesterday's news. And that should not be the case. If there is one thing that I could change about our system of democracy as it matures, that would be it. Because I believe that Caymanians who have served our country, represented us overseas, brought innovative new laws and motions into being, managed budgets amounting to millions of dollars, and have gained experience at the local, regional, and international level, should be sought after and highly regarded within our islands as any other individual with those attributes on their resume would normally be. Unfortunately, we're not quite there yet. But I live in hope that we too will learn to value our former representatives post-public service, as many other jurisdictions currently do. In the meantime, as your fellow colleague, I'm filled with pride and I'm honored to pay this token of respect to you. From my current generation to the elected representatives who've come before me. And from the bottom of my heart, I want to say that I love you, I recognize you, and because I understand what it takes to walk a mile in your shoes, I take this opportunity to publicly thank you on behalf of the good people of the Cayman Islands for the time that you diligently served this country. Thank you, and may the Almighty God continue to bless you all. Thank you, and good evening.
Thank you so much, Minister Brian. We owe so much in gratitude to those who have paved the way for us to be here this evening. In keeping with that, we would also like to take this time to commemorate the women who have served in our parliament. We currently have 5 women serving in the parliament, the most women that have ever served in a parliament at any given time. Minister Brian has talked about the challenges that are very much present and how many are called and few are chosen to come into the Parliament building. And I know that our lady parliamentarians can speak about the very significant challenges that they have overcome and continue to overcome every day. And so I would like to invite the 4 living women parliamentarians who are currently serving in our Parliament and are present here today to please come forward. That includes the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Catherine Ebanks-Wilkes, MP, Minister, the Honorable Juliana O'Connor Conley, MP, MP Heather Bodden, and Parliamentary Secretary, and MP Ms. Barbara Conley, to please come forward. I am imagining what it was like the first time they walked up here. I remember each of them being sworn in. I have been following Honorable Minister Juliana O'Connor Conley for quite some time in her career. She was the first person to have filled in all positions as a Speaker of our Honorable Parliament, as a Minister, and as a Premier of these islands. Thank you so much for your service. So we are now going to have the unveiling of a photograph that was taken earlier this year, capturing the moment when we've had the most women serving in our Parliament. We also invited past women parliamentarians to be a part of that moment to capture women who have served in Parliament, and we invited our current clerk as well as past clerks. And coincidentally, since the first female clerk in the Commonwealth, who was our own national hero, since she has held that position has only been held by women in our Parliament. So without further ado, the photo from our lady members of Parliament. This photo will be showcased in our Parliament to capture this moment of history, and each of our current living members of, female members of Parliament, as well as clerks of Parliament, will receive personal copies of this commemorative photo. Thank you so much. Thank you for your leadership. And in the theme of recognizing those who have served, I will now call upon the speaker, the Honorable Dr. W. McKeeva Bush, to offer the memorial, honoring those who've served before and are no longer with us.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies. It is worthy and rewarding for an individual to serve his or her people. There are over 17,000 parliamentarians in the Commonwealth countries. And so we here in the Cayman Islands is minuscule in comparison. However, I believe we have demonstrated and made tremendous impact globally based on the work carried out by this Legislative Assembly, now Parliament, over the past 50 years. I might add, while I'm certainly not in this list, I have served for 38 of those 50 years. Laws that have enabled us to rise from the island that time forgot to the impressive financial center and tourism destination that we have become. This has all been made possible by the individuals who were prepared to serve their people and country as parliamentarians. Any person who ran for political office and successfully became a member, as was said earlier, should be duly recognized and acknowledged for their tenure. This job, which an elected member undertakes, has many and numerous challenges and difficulties which the member encounters, and is invariably, at times, a most thankless one. However, the reward can also be great when you realize that as a member of the Parliament, you possess the ability to influence the trajectory of these islands. Undoubtedly, members acted in the interest of the residents and society at large. Today, we celebrate 50 years of the then Legislative Assembly having its first permanent home. We are not just celebrating the building, but all of the members who were fortunate enough to serve within its hallowed chamber since that day in July 1972. A number of those members have gone to their eternal reward, and we want to make special mention of them and acknowledge their services as members of the Assembly. The following are the names of the past governors, administrators, members, and sergeant at arms who served honorably in the House but are now deceased. I would ask you to please rise in honor of these persons. Speakers, the Honorable Sybil Ione McLaughlin, the Honorable Captain Mabry S. Colonel, the Honorable Edna Moyle. Elected members, Captain Ashton A. Reed, Captain Charles L. Colonel, Captain Keith P. Tibbetts, Miss Anna Hulda Bodden, Mr. Alan Berkeley Bush, Mr. Alfred Scott, Mr. Anton B. Bodden, Mr. Benson Obadiah E. Banks, Mr. Clifton A. Hunter, Mr. Claude Hill, Mr. Craddock E. Banks, Mr. Dalmeen Dunstan E. Banks, Mr. G. Haig Bodden, Mr. George C. Smith, Mr. Ira V. Walton, Mr. James Manoa Bodden, Mr. John Bonwell McLean, Mr. John Garston Smith, Mr. John Jefferson Sr., Mr. Thomas Jefferson, Mr. Melville Goring, Mr. T. Thomas William Farrington, Mr. Trevor Foster, Mr. William Warren Connolly, Mrs. Esterline Leola E. Banks, Sir Basil Johnson. In addition, we also acknowledge the service of the administrators, governors who served as presidents of the Assembly and the official members. His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Kenneth R. Crook. His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Thomas Russell. His Excellency the Governor, Mr. G. Peter Lloyd. Official members of the House, Mr. Desmond V. Watler, Mr. David R. Barvick, Mr. Dennis H. Foster, Mr. G. E. Waddington, Mr. Michael J. Bradley, Mr. Richard W. Brown, Mr. Thomas C. Jefferson, Sir Basil Johnson. We also pay tribute to the former Sergeant at Arms who have passed away, Mr. Walsham Connolly, Mr. Radley Garzong, Mr. Sybert Watler, Superintendent Vernon E. Banks, Mr. Klein Astor Glidden Sr. We pay tribute to these persons who gave much to their country. May they rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is most appropriate that we should pay our respects to those who paved the way. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have the distinct pleasure of telling you this completes the speeches for the evening, and the entertainment portion will now commence. I am also been told that we are on standby. We will very likely have the fireworks soon, so we may have to, between acts, bring you the fireworks because we are eager to have the fireworks where the young ones are still with us. I've seen several children in the audience. I'm putting you on notice that when we get the go-ahead that we can do the fireworks, I'm going to ask any children who are in the audience to please join me on stage and help me with the countdown. So I'm hoping you'll be my helpers tonight, because as we have heard tonight, both our Honorable Premier and
as well as our honorable speaker, have shared what it has meant watching this building be created 50 years ago. And I don't know how many of us will be here for the next 50-year milestone, its 100th anniversary. And if we are here, I'm not sure how many of us might remember it. So we better get these children to help us commemorate so we have the living history of our parliament. So for the young ones and the ones that feel young among us, please be on standby for when we're ready for the fireworks. We'll invite you to the stage to help us with the countdown. Now, without further ado, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome back Cayman National Choir, who will lead us in the song Hallelujah by Handel. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another round of applause. I think our national choir has been absolutely amazing tonight. Thank you. So as discussed, we are bringing the fireworks earlier, and I need the young people in the audience and those that feel young in the audience to please come forward and help me with the countdown. So if we have any young persons in the audience, come on forward. Don't be shy. Let's get the kids up here. There you go. Come on up here. I recognize one of these. Hello. Thank you so much for being so brave. What's your name?
Dylan.
Dylan. Wow. Thank you, Dylan. How old are you?
7.
Dylan is 7 years old. Can we give a round of applause to Dylan? And what's your name, young man?
Grayson.
And do you have the best mom in the whole wide world?
Yes.
Somebody wants a birthday present at the end of the week. Thank you, Grayson and Dylan. So now we have to see if this is going to work. Are we a go? Okay, now if this works, it's because Grayson and Dylan are the best at this. If this doesn't work, it's all Miss Gloria's fault. So here's what we got to do. I'm going to need your help, and we're going to say it nice and loud so that the people out there can hear us. And we have to get all the way down to the fireworks, which is going to be to my right. Oh, we've got some more. Come on forward. Yay. Let's give them a round of applause. The future. We might have a future speaker up here or a premier. Okay, guys, so what we're going to do now is we're going to count backwards from 10. And then when we get to 1, we're going to say fireworks. So let's see if this works. So you ready to count down? Ready? All right, so nice and loud. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fireworks! Woo! Thank you. If you can't see, feel free to come forward some more. It's a beautiful fireworks show from here. Another round of applause for the fireworks and these bright young people who braved the stage to help us set them off. Thank you. They're so cute. And we're going to continue now with the musical performances. So, without further ado, I'm going to invite the Joanna Clark primary family to take the stage, and they are going to be performing "To God Be the Glory." Let's give them a warm round of applause as they take the stage.
Let me live my life. Let it be pleasing, Lord, to thee. And in praise, let it go to Calvary.
Amen. The Joanna Clark primary family. Thank you. That was beautiful. We are now going to move into the program with the quadrille dance performed by Dream Chasers. So we'll invite Dream Chasers to the stage. They are beautifully costumed and ready for the quadrille dance, wearing red, white, and blue. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our quadrille dancers. I could see the feet tapping on that number. Excellent job by Dream Chasers. And we're going to continue the program, this time with a spoken word, a poem that has been written by Nasaria Saku-Shalette entitled Tell Me, and performed by a civil servant, Miss Alana Warwick-Smith.
Good night. Tell Me by Nasaria Saku-Shalette. Take me back to the past, Mama, and teach me the olden ways. Take me back to the past, Papa, and tell me about those days. Tell me all about climbing cliff. Tell me your story's true. Paint me a picture so vibrant and clear, so I'll never forget to remember you. Like how bush and trees were everywhere, and that's why cool breeze was a common thing. How caring for grounds from early morn would determine what harvest would bring. How sand dance and kitchen dance were two different things. How to make a plant and trash bed, and why it's best to pick tops on a full moon night, and how to pick cotton for a pillow for my tired head. Sit me under the dew plum tree and tell me how people would share. How trading and bartering was a way to make sure that no one's plate was bare. Take me down to the bay this eve and tell me your adventures at sea. Tell me all so I can be resilient and strong as that majestic mahogany tree. Tell me all about our heroes, Papa, before we knew what a hero was. Tell me about hard work and meager times and how they were still filled with love. Tell me about birth and death, Mama. Tell me about pinking the sheets. Teach me those old African words that your mama taught you to speak. Show me how to use bush to heal and how to be as creative as you. Teach me how to thatch, innovate, and sow, and build a nation on make do. Teach me ancient prayer and to have no fear. Make me to rise with the sun. Teach me to know the sky and the stars. Teach us, your daughters and sons. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. That was beautiful, Alana. We are now going to go on with dance, and you've seen our young ones taking the stage. They have been staying up into the late night with us from Sir John A. Cumber Primary School and doing the dance entitled, I Know Who I Am. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a round of applause.
Chosen generation, we've been called for to show His excellence. Hey, all I require for life, God has given me, and I know who I am. We are a chosen generation, we've been called for to show His excellence. All I require for life, God has given me, for I know who I am. I know who God says I am, what He says I am, where He says I'm at. I know who I am. I know who God says I am, what He says I am, where He says I'm at. I know who I am. I'm walking in power, I'm working miracles, I live a life of favor. Chosen generation, we've been called for to show His excellence. Hey, all I require for life, God has given me, and I know who I am. We are a chosen generation. We've been called for to show His excellence. All I require for life, God has given me. I know see His glory, for I know who I am. Say, oh, I know who I am. Let your voice shout out. I know who I am. How many of you know who you are? Come on. Come on. Let the world know who you are. Come on. Come on. Everybody shout out. I know who I am. It's your voice shout out. I know who I am. In your workplace, going out and coming in, declare, say, I know who I am. Every day, going out, coming in, declare, say, I know who I am. I
From their mouths to God's ears, I know who I am. Sir John A. Cumber Primary School. Give them another round of applause. I will tell you, keep your eye on that school and their children. I had the privilege of visiting their campus recently to do some reading, and I have to tell you, those children are on fire. They are amazing. So kudos to them and to their teachers. Excellent job. I know who I am. Amen. We're continuing now with the song, and we're going to go to a traditional song now, performed by Miss Betty Ebanks and family. The song is entitled The Little Limestone Schoolhouse by the Sea.
As protocol has been established, let me just say good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It gives us great pleasure to have been asked to sing the song that our mother and grandmother, Lilla Elneth Henning, Ebanks Nee Henning, composed. Her inspiration for the song came from looking at school children getting onto a bus one day in the 1980s and reflecting on how different life was from when she was going to school 50 years before. In those days, most girls left school when they were 14 years old, and the boys, if they were lucky, were able to go away to Jamaica to attend a boarding school to complete their high school education. Some of those same men returned home and became politicians who served in our legislature over the years. Lil, as her mother was known, like most other girls in those days, learned to play the piano, and she also picked up the harmonica. But later in her adult life, of her own volition, she completed a correspondence course in guitar from the U.S. School of Music in New York. And it was after that that she began to perform in the public arena with her guitar while singing some of the traditional Caymanian folk songs in an attempt to preserve this aspect of Cayman's culture. This evening, we are very pleased to have Nick Johnson accompany us on his guitar, and we hope that the words of this song will transport you back to the school days of yesteryear. The Little Limestone Schoolhouse by the Sea.
In my memory lies a picture
would watch the catboat sailing. We would climb the old wharf railing. Dip our toes in cool, clear water underneath. When the school bell rang ding-a-ling-ling, we would hurry down and running. Greet our teacher, Mr. Ulrich McNamee. On the 24th of May, rain poured down most of the day. Still we'd march down to the sports field, waving flags along the way. We would sing the songs patriotic. Rule Britannia was our favorite. Hutchings House and McDermott raced to the close of day. Sitting on the wooden benches with our slates and bits of pencil. All the subjects that were taught us, we are proud to have this day. It has made us men and women. Caymanians now can earn their living. All because of the limestone schoolhouse by the sea. All because of the limestone schoolhouse by the sea.
That brought back some beautiful memories. Thank you so very much, Miss Betty E. Banks and family, accompanied by Mr. Nicholas Johnson. Another round of applause. Thank you. It was beautiful. We're shifting gears just a bit, and we are going to have as our next item something that is described in the program simply as entertainment. This has been very hush-hush, and so I am like the rest of you with bated breath as we now welcome to the stage Mr. Matt Brown.
Can everybody hear me? I want to say hello and obviously welcome. First of all, I would like to thank Parliament for inviting me, and I'm here to bring out some of Cayman's history. After all, I was here the whole time, looking through the window. And I know that some of you do not believe me when I talk about Cayman's history, and they say to me, Mr. McField, Dr. McField, how can you be so sure? You know what I tell them? I was here. When Columbus came, I was here. I told him go back. And I don't speak Spanish. And he told me, Senor, tranquilo. He says, sir, slow down. I said, no. If anything, I will speed up. You came here. It was only me. 12 turtles, 3 iguanas, and me. And I've seen the country grow. When Spain ceded the Cayman Islands to the British, who do you think did the legal work? I charged them £10, 5 shillings. And even in their letters, they say, sir, you need to slow down. When we made history at Pedro Castle by writing the first 4 laws, I was there. It was me, Mr. Eden, and his donkey. And everybody took part. And when we were on the steps of what is now known as the museum, I was there when they said, do you want to go with Jamaica? Or do you want to stay with England? They said, do you want black ball? Or do you want a white ball? Because some people prefer black ball, and some people prefer a white ball. And I said, how about a gray ball? And the people chose that. And a woman asked me after, she said, I would love to see the gray ball. I said, you have to wait. I was here the whole time. I made the statue for Jim Bodden. Did we go over budget? Yes. But I did the concrete work. And if you know, I spent hours on his hair, because once concrete set, that is it. I was there through the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s. And not once did anybody vote me in. But they came to me in the night with a Foster's bag full of money. And it wasn't the new Foster's bag either, it was the old one. The one with the clown on it. I still have one in my car. And while everybody's taking eco bags, I am taking the real Foster's bag to Foster's. I was there. And I want to tell you that there is only one person on this island who knows as much history as me. And if you would indulge me for one moment, I would like to bring him on stage. Would you like to meet him? Good evening. Yes, it is I. Could you really celebrate Parliament for 50 years without me? Unlikely. Now, some of you are looking at me and asking, did he have plastic surgery? The answer is yes. It was done by Dr. Devi Shetty at Blue Cilantro. They have a new clinic on the West Bay Road. Very nice. And I must say, it has brought out my youth. So ladies, please, keep your hands to yourself. Maybe my face might be young, but my mind is like wine, fermenting, like grapes in Sicily. And as I look out into the crowd, I see some faces that send me back down memory lane. You know, it was in this house that I ate lunch every day from Corrida's Copper Kettle, which is now known as bread and chocolate. But man shall not live by bread alone. So after dining on curry chicken and white rice, getting my strength together, who could pull me away from the lectern? One day, I shouted so loud that I blew all of the speakers in the house. they had to go to Funky Tanks to get a replacement. But now, I spend my days writing books, major hits, classics like From the Guardhouse to the Glass House. Then I wrote another one, From the Glass House to Right Beside the Glass House. You can pick that up at Amazon or at Foster's. So tonight, I want to give you a bit of my new work. I have produced an audio book entitled Parliament Bashment, featuring some of my dear friends. So I want your voices to be heard. You've been such a great audience so far, but I need your participation. Can I count on you? Whatever I say, you shout back yes. Can I have your assistance tonight? What you do when you see your friends on the stage, will you make them feel welcome? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome some of my dear friends. Selector, run the track. Bring him up, 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 bring him up. All right. Show them how you play netball on the court. Netball, netball. Women's rights, Lucille. Take a wine. The big man. Show them the premier wine. Aye. 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 The opposition wine. Okay. Opposition wine. Wine. Show them how to cross the floor. How you cross the floor. Hey. 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 Show them how to get to the opposition. From government, opposition. From government, opposition. Oh yes. Opposition wine, Joey. Fix the traffic, Joey. Give them the north side wine. Oh, Cayman Rock is in the house tonight. Julie, go Julie. That's right, Julie. Most you can beat that. Get them most Cayman Rockies. Hey, 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 east versus west. Who can go down lower? Let's have a competition. Oi! Let's spend the country's money. How do we spend the country's money? The 5 cents, the 10 cents. Get ready to spend the money. Get ready to spend the money. Ready?
Put a cent piece in your left pocket.
Hey.
5 cents in your right.
Hey.
10 cents in your back pocket.
Hey.
Save the outside side.
Hey.
In front, under your bed.
Ready?
Stick a dollar. If you want to learn, I explain to her.
Cent, 5 cents, 10 cents, dollar. The budget. Balance the budget.
10 cents.
All right. Oh, sir, Kenneth. Hey. Kenneth, have some water. Have a water break. Boy. Oh, the finance minister is here. Show them Mutton Town wine. Boy. Kenneth. Come back, Kenneth. Come back. Go live on Facebook, Kenneth. Go live. Live on Facebook for them. All right. Okay. Come, finance minister. Come on. Come off. I'll write about everybody in my new book. Good night.
I was not laughing one bit. I see now why that was described simply as entertainment. And I have consulted the Attorney General and been advised that no civil servants were used in the production of the last piece. So don't ask for no investigation. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for Mr. Matt Brown and his team. Truly, truly remarkable, one of a kind. Run down, come to Parliament. And now we're going to have our Cayman folk singers changing the tune just a bit with Come Back Home and HMS Sparrow. So we're going to invite Cayman folk singers to the stage.
HMS Sparrow here once more, with her jolly sailors strolling on the shores, renewing friendships made some time ago, and Blondel Bond is marrying one you know. I hope they have a long and happy life, that she will be a good obedient wife, and he a husband ever kind and true, and loyal to the old red, white, and blue. It's fine to have Her Majesty ship with us, because it's such a lot of extra fuss. The sailors strolling gaily down the street, with Cayman Islands maidens fair and sweet, with Cayman Islands maidens fair and sweet. I can see the willows waving on your southern shores, as the breeze gently whispers through the trees, and the song I hear you singing floats across the distant shores, and it seems to say, my child, come back to me. Come back home to your islands, for I long to see you walk upon my sand, for my shores, they belong to my children, and my children shores, they belong to my children, and my children belong to Cayman Bragg. Come back home to your islands, for I long to see you walk upon my sand. For my shores, they belong to my children, and my children belong to Cayman Bragg. And although a distant sea has come between us, and I've been to many ports and many lands, I can see your West Bay beaches and shiny coral sand, and my heart it longs for you, oh Grand Cayman. Come back home to your islands, for I long to see you walk upon my sand. For my shores, they belong to my children, and my children belong to little Cayman. Come back home to your islands, for I long to see you walk upon my sand. For my shores, they belong to my children, and my children belong to little Cayman. For my shores, they belong to my children, and my children belong to the Cayman
That's right. Put your hands together for our folk singers, the Cayman folk singers. They get better every time I see them. Amazing. So we know that our culture is one that is constantly evolving. And as we go from our traditional folk songs, we are now going to bring back on stage the Dream Chasers, who this time will be doing a more contemporary piece called Dance Vibes. So we'll bring back onto the stage the Dream Chasers.
Can't touch you too, Ryan. Touch you, Lion. Control when you have a young girl. I mean, never take up nothing when we can't handle. Nope. Control when you have a young girl. Judge, I never give you nothing when we can't handle. Nah, funny. them a chat, when them a chat, and we're gonna do one with the normally. Boss daddy. I want she call me when me slap up in your glass money. Boss daddies. Can't get the family, send it, them got last money. Like Monopoly. Yeah, have the control of the trade. My time I tell the price right. She a wish upon a star and the Lord catch her eyesight. So my chain fear for dry ice. And the beats I got steer real. Fresh under the limelight. Roll the president, play no white rice. My neighbor dirty and the girl never likewise. What I've have to do with the teen, the hype vibes. All my want me out the tight tight.
They've got the moves, dance vibes performed by Dream Chasers. Thank you so much, Dream Chasers. Another round of applause. So I mentioned at the beginning of tonight's program that as the proceedings were going on, we were having tonight captured in a live painting that was being taken. And so at this time, I would like to invite to the stage the artist for the painting, Mr. John Broad, who is going to present this piece of work from tonight. And I'm going to also invite to the stage the Honorable Speaker of Parliament to come and accept the painting. So please, if I could have Mr. John Broad and the Honorable Speaker to please come to the stage now. I cannot wait. Oh, wow. You guys wanted to see it too? It's a work in progress. And it's going to be delivered to the House on Monday. But as we were all gathered, this is the piece of work that's been produced live just tonight. So another round of applause. That's an incredible amount of work for a couple of hours, my goodness. Mr. Speaker, please don't go anywhere. It's not on the program. But I just wanted to pause for a moment because I realized that there are so many people that work behind the scenes to make tonight possible. They are an incredible team that are the staff of the Parliament House, led by our Honorable Speaker. And I also would like to invite the Deputy Speaker, if she would also come forward so that we could just recognize the men and women of Parliament who support parliamentary democracy in these islands and the now independent House of Parliament. Madam Clerk, and the team from Parliament, those fine men and women who make this possible, who support our Speaker, Deputy Speaker, and the members of Parliament.
I know it's going to be said by the deputy, but I do want to say publicly how hard staff has worked. They had to bring in some other people, but they did the majority of the work to put on the whole show. Ms. Zena, I suggest you give tomorrow off to the staff because they have been working day and night to complete, because we know how things operate. We plan for months, and we plan for months, and really, it don't get done till the last couple of days. And that means, or a couple of weeks or a week, and that means that some people are up day and night doing the work. And so I suggest give them some time off.
The Speaker said you all can give a better round of applause than that. And I agree. And now it is my distinct pleasure to introduce the Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Catherine Ebanks Wilkes, who will deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Gloria. Protocol already having been established, I just want to say how wonderful this evening has been. And I'm so happy that I was able to be here tonight to enjoy the event that has been put on by the committee. First, I'd like to extend a big thank you to our Madam Master of Ceremonies, who did an amazing job in managing this evening's proceedings. And she had all participants on schedule as best she could. I also would like to thank the Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly for the prayer and invoking the Lord into our midst this evening. We know that an event of this nature and magnitude takes effort and planning, and as the speaker just said, the team here at Parliament has worked extensive in preparing for this event tonight. So I just want to acknowledge the Parliament Organizing Committee for all of their hard work and ask everybody to just give them another round of applause, please. I don't know about you all, but I really enjoyed the music tonight, and I didn't get to hear the steel pan presentation, but all of the other events that were on the stage were great. So I also want to say a special thank you to Mr. Lapierre, who had the steel pan instrument performance. Also, special thank you to the National Choir for singing the National Anthem, and to Miss Diana DiMaccardo for singing our national song. The historic perspective of tonight is significant in relation to Parliament. Therefore, we are most grateful to our Honorable Premier for delivering an impressive story on the evolution and history of the House of Parliament. I'd also like to extend a thank you to the unveiling of the plaque by the Honorable Premier, the Honorable Speaker, and the Clerk of Parliament. It certainly was an extreme and great pleasure of mine to be a part and to share in this historic experience. We are also thankful to the Honorable Speaker for the memorial and for revealing the names of honorable members and others who have served in the House and are now deceased. Also want to thank the Honorable Kenneth Bryan for his thoughtful delivery on the recognition of the living past parliamentarians. There was a lot of items on our program tonight, so I'm trying to be as quick as I can, because everybody is wanting to conclude the ceremony. Also want to say a special thank you to the National Choir for their performance, and also to the Joanna Clark Primary School Choir for their song that was done tonight. And the Dream Chasers team, we want to thank them for their dance performance. They were all very energetic. And this one for me is very special because I always get excited when I see any of the children on the stage, but West Bay Primary has a special place in my heart. And the performance that the students did tonight, they also did that for the recent graduation. And I see improvements even, just in a few weeks. And I mean, they're on summer, and so let's give them another round of applause because they did a great job. And to their choir director, Miss Rebecca Jefferson. And then also Miss Alana Warwick-Smith, we want to thank her for reading the heartfelt poem written by Miss Nasaria Saku Collette. And then the song that Miss Betty Banks and her sisters sang, I loved the lyrics. I don't know how many of you here tonight have ever heard that song before. Beautiful, beautiful lyrics. Confession, I'd never heard it before, but I think it's something that we need to be hearing more frequently. And then Matt Brown with his entertainment. I was just sitting there waiting to see who else was going to come up on the stage. Happy that I didn't make it up there tonight. And to the National Folk Singers, I want to thank you. Always get excited and have a patriotic feeling when we see the National Folk Singers come up and sing these native Caymanian songs. And then to Mr. Broad, I want to say a special thank you, sir, for spending your evening tonight capturing the moment and the Parliament building. And it's amazing to see what you can create in such a short period of time. So we thank you for your donation of your time and your masterpiece to the House of Parliament. And then, who am I missing? Massive hopscotch celebrations, Cayman firepower display for the entertainment, and thanks to the vendors, Barnes Bartender Services, Miss Melva Dixon, Cayman Cabana, and Island Taste, who provided the drinks and refreshments. And not to mention Michael Lammy's performances, which are always remarkable. I attest to that as well. Love to hear Lammy. And who else am I missing here? I think we also want to recognize the contributions made by the digital entities, the printed and electronic media or otherwise, which includes Deep Blue Images, Cayman Compass, Cayman Marl Road, Caymanian Times, Radio Cayman, and certainly the critical role of the Department of Communications. And as we had our fireworks services before the service ended, so we just want to again thank the team that put on the fireworks show. That was certainly amazing. And also for all of our future leaders who were brave enough to come up here tonight to assist the Madam of Ceremonies with the countdown, thank you for your help. And thank you all for coming and being an active participant in this historic 50th anniversary of the Parliament building. I hope you all have an enjoyable evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes tonight's festivities. There will still be music playing, so please feel free to stay and enjoy that. But otherwise, thank you. You've been an amazing audience. Thank you all for coming out to celebrate the commemoration of 50 years of our Parliament building.